organic meats.
Alrighty. So, I deeply apologize I was not here on Monday. People that are familiar with the show, I live about 35 minutes from civilization. I live about 20 minutes from the corner of civilization. So, like, if I gotta go to, like, a Walmart or a Lowe's, that's about 25 minutes for me to get there. But if I gotta go into, like, the hospital or anything that gets further and further away, unfortunately, I'm working with a back therapist, a deep tissue medical massage therapist. I went into full back spasm on Monday after my massage because I have to get trigger point. I have specific trigger points that just spasm. A month ago, the doctor sent me to physical therapy, and the physical therapist gave me this new stretch. This new stretch is amazing. I'm actually pissed off that nobody gave me this stretch years ago. What I will say to all the younger-ish people, find out what the good stretches are. And I'm not joking. Find out what the good stretches are before you're in your 40s. Because I routinely stretched like the muscles I knew, but I didn't know there's a particular stretch for the center of your back. And I've endured lidocaine patches and dry needling and cupping, chiropractic manipulations and trigger point and pain injections. This doctor gave me this like crocodile jaw stretch. And in 2 weeks I have a ton of flexibility back. But now I got to get all the muscles to agree with calming down. So hopefully this fixes at least one of my problems. I'm in a much better mood. I'm getting a lot better sleep. The doctor's like, yeah, you still got to go for the MRI, but it looks like your mid back was just locked up. And the problem is, said to my chiropractor, I was like, but you said my back is tight. Yeah. Well, why the hell didn't you give me like stretches for it? She's like, I did, but I'm not a physical therapist. I gave you the stretches that I know to give you. This is what I'm talking about, where we talk about, everyone's like, we need universal healthcare. We need universal healthcare. And I don't disagree. I don't want people to go without healthcare, but I don't want it to be this fragmented bullshit that we have right now. I don't want it to be a little bit of you, a little bit of you, a little bit of you, a little bit of you. I want to get back to having that good integrated medical team where they say, if he's doing this, then he's doing that, but he's not doing this. Speaking of integrated medical teams, what the hell is going on with this hantavirus? And what I had to laugh about was this headline. One U.S. citizen tests mildly positive for Hanta. As of the 10th of May, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services said on Sunday that one of the 17 Americans being repatriated from the Hanta-struck luxury cruise has tested mildly positive. Yeah, what does testing mildly positive mean? Based on recent context regarding, that's funny. It's so Google searched. Based on recent context regarding the May 2026 Hanta outbreak, mildly positive is an informal term used to describe a positive test result with a low viral load. Sometimes used interchangeably with weak positive. It means the test indicated the virus, but the amount of viral genetic material in the sample was low. It is a positive result. There are no degrees of being positive. If it comes back positive, you have the virus. Why are we making up terms now? Why are we making up mildly positive? Yes, no. Do you have it? Yes, no. Are you contagious? Yes, no. Should you have met Davy Jones and gotten the combination to his locker? Yes. Yeah, they're just mildly positive. Now they can go home. All the U.S. citizens are being airlifted to the United States, and 2 passengers with symptoms are traveling in the plane's biocontainment units. The second symptomatic passenger has not been yet confirmed as having the virus. Hantaviruses are a group of viruses that are usually spread by rodents, but in rare cases can be transmitted person to person. Health authorities have said the risk of the virus spreading is low. The risk of the virus spreading is low. Yet we have more and more people with the damn virus. So can we please focus on the reality here that we need to stop. Like, I don't want to treat it Chicken Little the sky is falling, but I don't want to treat it like little Johnny has a skinned knee. I want to treat it with the appropriate severity. According to the World Health Organization, 6 people from that boat have the virus. Now, 6 is 4.5%. It's not terrible. We've put all passengers that came back to Europe in a 6-week quarantine. Yeah, because you had a Dutch couple and a German national that died. You have a case of it in I think the person in Spain. Yeah. Italy and Spain, they came back negative. 17 people under observation for hantavirus have tested negative. The country's health ministries have said. The World Health Organization said more cases were expected. Okay, guys, work with me here. Work with me. You say more cases are expected, but you keep foot stomping the idea that human-to-human transmission is really low. So if human-to-human transmission is really low, why are you expecting more cases? Hantavirus is primarily spread by rodents, but can be transmitted between people in rare cases. That requires close contact. Incubation can last about 6 weeks. Okay. Why did we not mandate that all of these people are mandatorily going to be quarantined for 7 weeks? Why did we not say, sorry guys, y'all getting quarantined for 7 weeks? The world is fragile and we can't I get what people keep saying. They're like, oh, transmission is low, transmission is low, transmission is low. Yeah, the reason why transmission is low, yeah, low isn't none, but as your positive pool grows, it spreads faster. Also, just work with me here. It generally kills the people that get it very quickly, and the people who get it are generally in isolated areas. So they're usually dead, right? Before they have a chance to infect other people. Yeah, you have the risk for mutations. How many variations of COVID-19 do we now have? I don't know if you're old enough to remember this. There was a really big false threat. There was a really big hypothetical threat back, it's gotta be the 80s. Might have been the early 90s. They worried about HIV and AIDS. What's gonna happen if a person gets like tuberculosis, where they have blood in their spittle and then they're coughing all the time? There was a big concern for about 10 minutes, right? About 10 minutes, there was a big concern. Well, what if a person with tuberculosis contracted HIV and they were in a densely populated area and they were coughing? Well, if the risk for tuberculosis is there, is the risk for passing HIV and AIDS there? And it got attention, and then they realized, no, it's got direct contact with blood is the higher risk of getting it. Saliva, other bodily fluids, always that other bodily fluids. We can't say what those bodily fluids are. Did you hear that the ginormous data center just approved for construction in Utah? Yeah, twice the size of Manhattan. We're building a data center. I love that we're building a data center. Twice the size of Manhattan. But we used to think that humans were dumb because of the lack of access to information. Now we've given everybody access to information, and people are still just as dumb. So, I love the internet. I think the internet is great for people like me that use it for growth, education, making the world a better place. I also don't think I argue with people. I don't think the world is a terrible place for people to be able to make money, as long as they're not scamming anybody. I will say, I am a little bit against. I'm not against OnlyFans at face value, right? I'm not against OnlyFans at face value. What I'm against is I'm against OnlyFans because of the parasocial relationships that develop between the contributors and the personality. There's definitely something wrong with cultivating a community that that develops those parasocial relationships. I'm also radically against people that take advantage of others. There's no benefit to society from OnlyFans. There actually is. I know it's offensive to people, but there is a benefit to society from OnlyFans, from strip clubs, from legal prostitution, from brothels, from Pornhub, from adult film industry. There is a benefit to society, and that is, number one, individuals that normally would not be able to have employment of that magnitude. Number two, it's tax base. Number three, those individuals are going to do stupid shit with their money. So at least the stupid shit that they're doing with their money isn't for something worse. I used to be a lot different in my opinion, until number one, my daughter became a stripper, and then that radically changed my viewpoint. I had a friend in college who was working, literally working 80-hour work weeks and going to school full time. This poor woman got about 3.5 hours of sleep a day for the whole semester. She made more as a stripper than she did as a speech therapist. At age 20, being very naive, the way she explained it to me, she makes more as a stripper than she does as a speech therapist. I don't want to take away the stripping. I want to figure out how our society became so fucked up. Like, we have to look at how we got here. I don't want to take away an avenue, because she was able to pay for, she got her degree in speech pathology. She worked at a clinic on Saturdays to maintain her credentialing. She stripped for 10 years after college graduation, paying for a house and her car. You pay $150 an hour to our daughter's speech therapist, but your daughter's speech therapist doesn't get $150 an hour. The speech therapist doesn't get that. The clinic gets a cut because you got to pay the scheduler. Okay, it's her own practice. Who maintains her records? Who does her taxes? So she's not making $150 an hour. If it's her own practice, she's probably making upwards of $80 an hour. But in fairness, I know strippers that make $600 an hour. When I worked as the domestic violence, intimate partner violence and prevention instructor, there was a girl who she admitted she was a fuck up. She got addicted to meth. She fucked up. Got a bunch of tats, all fucked up. But she was making $2,000 a day at the strip club. And she said, I'm a high school dropout. I don't even have my GED. I had my kid. I drop my kid off at the daycare. I go strip at the lunchtime. I don't work nights. I drop my kid off at daycare. I go strip. I pick my kid up from daycare. I work 5 or 6 hours across the lunch period, and I make $2,000 a day. She's like, what other job can I do where I make $2,000 a day? She's like, of course I don't clear $2,000 a day because I got to pay the club. I got to tip my servers and all that. I want to get society back to a point where things make sense. I don't want to shut down an avenue where that woman can turn her life around. Now, I'm going to be the first to admit, she is the exception, not the rule. The majority of them are not turning their lives around. The world was always messed up, unfortunately. I agree with you. The world has always been fucked up. When you live in a society, when you talk about the very fact that prostitution was the first profession, it lets you know how fucked up our society is. In Sweden, we began clamping down on OnlyFans. It is now illegal to donate during live streams, but is not illegal to the creator to stream. It kind of falls under the same law as prostitution here in general. Legal to provide the service, illegal to provide, to purchase it. Right, it's like, there's several ways around, and I'm not your lawyer, I am not your attorney, I am not giving you legal advice, I am giving you hypothetical academic advice. Number one, don't pay for a stripper, or don't pay for a hooker. Pay to take naked pictures of her. Because undercover cops won't take their clothes off. It's not against the law to pay somebody to take naked photos of them. And then, when their clothes are off, thank them, pay them, and say, hey, while your clothes are off, do you want to have sex? Sometimes they might say no. Sometimes they'll probably say yes. Number two, don't pay them for the sex. Give them a birthday card. Write on the card, do not open till your birthday. It's not against the law to give somebody a birthday card. I wouldn't try these defenses, but hypothetical theory says they work. The world is a carousel that's on fire, that someone keeps speeding up. We're just here to see how long we can hold on. Next, you are very, very accurate with this. The world right now is a carousel that's a sprinkler. And we're jumping from one thing to the next. We're jumping from one crisis to the next crisis. And we're pretty fucked.
Let me be crystal clear. The risk of hantavirus to the general public remains very, very low. The Andes variant of this virus does not spread easily, and it requires prolonged close contact with someone who is already symptomatic. Even so, we have taken this situation very seriously from the very start. We've taken it seriously across HHS and particularly through the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
I just came in here and heard you say we're fucked. We're not. Well, we're fucked as a species, yes. We're fucked as a species. Bars exploit alcoholics, casino exploit addictions, gotcha gamers exploit gambling addictions. Right. You are 100% correct. What I will tell you is, as a bar owner, a pub owner, I specifically did not serve guys that I knew had started at AA. Kicked them out. Kicked them right out. Hurt my business. Kicked them right out. Look, man, I'm not going to serve you. You told me you want to get sober. You want to get visitation rights with your kids back. I can't stop you from drinking. I can stop you from drinking here. You can come in. You can sit with your boys. You can drink a soda. You can drink a water. Drink a fruit juice, drink whatever. I'm not going to serve you alcohol. If any of your idiot friends put an alcoholic drink in front of you, I'm gonna ask you to leave, because you getting your kids back is more important than me making 78 cents on a long neck on you, right? But there's very few people in the world that would do that. Most bar owners do the simple thing. Why do bars have peanuts? And why do bars have peanuts and pretzel? You can't really do it as much anymore. Can't have fucking peanuts because you get sued by people with peanut allergies. But bars used to have a big old thing of peanuts. Barrel of peanuts costs you about $100. Thing lasts for 4 months. Or they put pretzels up because salty snack equals more drinky. That's why, you know, if you ever at a bar, you'll notice the appetizers are all salty as shit. Yeah, bar nuts. They're all salty as shit. We exploit everybody. We exploit everybody. And pretzels are bread, so you can drink longer. Yup. So, yeah, it makes you order more beer. It's just like, people, they want to claim that they're good people. You're not good people or bad people. You strive to make good decisions, or you make self-interested decisions, or you make bad decisions. But I don't think anybody ever I don't believe people wake up in the morning. And I know this is going to sound naive, and I know I'm old enough to be some people's father, and some people, I have grandkids. I don't believe anybody wakes up in the morning and says, I want to fuck my life up today. I think people that make inherently bad decisions wake up and they say, my life is already fucked up. I think that some people, they don't know how to do anything but have a bad day. Not through their own fault. Some people are in a shitty situation. This is hard for me because I'm really big on personal accountability. Let me play this one first. I've played this girl's video in total once before. No, this is not an Ashes of Creation Day. Tomorrow when I do video games, I'll look at Tim Sharif's statement. I've covered this girl's entire time blindness video in the past. So I'm not going to play her full video. I'm going to play the guy's response video. This girl made a video because she talks about what accommodations do you make for time blindness.
They actually started yelling at me and saying that accommodations for time blindness doesn't exist, and if you struggle with being on time, you'll never be able to get a job.
Hey, I'm watering flowers. I hope my kids don't see this video because I'm going to reply to this idea much nicer than I would reply to them if they said the same thing. I do think that even though everyone's making fun of this person online, there is a sort of reasonable response to be made. In the second video, they mentioned the lack of civil discourse, so here's me having civil discourse. It actually comes in the form of good news. You want accommodation for time blindness, and the good news is you have it already. Wanting it is the accommodation. If you recognize that you're chronically late, call it time blindness, whatever, then you have what you need to solve the problem. Now, it sounds like you and I have something in common, which is I also don't believe in personal responsibility. I think it's a myth. But where we're different is that I think it's a very important myth. It seems like you're disregarding it. I think you should own that myth. The myth of personal responsibility is going to make a big difference.
We literally have people, and this is where our society has, in my opinion, gone completely donkey balls. If you look up time blindness, right? If you look up time blindness, you will be told time blindness is a psychological phenomenon. It is a recognized symptom of neurodivergence, specifically ADHD. It's characterized by difficulty in perceiving, estimating, and managing time. Now, I suffer from the opposite of time blindness. I'm neurodivergent. I suffer from time hyper-awareness. There is a reason why I do not like afternoon appointments. I do not like afternoon appointments because I am so worried about being late. My brain will go into shutdown mode and it will go into prepare to leave mode at 9 o'clock in the morning for a 3 o'clock appointment. It sucks. But kick yourself in your own ass and teach yourself to get shit done. You said we do have accommodations for time blindness. It's called an alarm clock. Yeah. Where we're running into a problem is I acknowledge that we're learning an awful lot about neurodivergence. We're learning an awful lot about neurodivergence. But, you use an alarm clock for everything on my phone. I do too. I use an alarm clock. I actually will. Oh, and you can't do anything between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. because what if you start doing something that could make you late? Yes. What Next just said down there is what I suffer from. I suffer from the fear that if I start something at 9 o'clock in the morning, I won't have it done by the time I need to leave for the 3 o'clock appointment. So in my brain, I won't get shit done. That's why I always say I don't want 3 o'clock. I don't want a 3 o'clock appointment. I would rather, I'll say, do you have anything earlier the next day? Because I'd rather wait a whole day and then go in the morning. Like yesterday, I had to get my oil changed. 8 o'clock appointment. It's the first appointment slot they have. They take cars in a drive up. But if you drive up at 7 when they open, you'll get slotted around the appointments. So it's better to make the 8 o'clock appointment, because if 4 people show up at 7:30, that's 7:30, 7:40, 7:50, 8 o'clock. You show up at 7:50 for your 8 o'clock appointment. You go at 8 o'clock. The car that's supposed to go at 8 goes at 8:10. So I made the appointment. And I know the guy's there, and we're laughing. And the guy, I said, yeah. He's like, are you staying? I said, oh yeah, I'm staying. If my wife picked me up, she'd have me running all over town doing a honey-do list. The guys are all laughing. I'm just in the other room and I'm reading. Got my Kindle with me. By the way, Kindles are amazing. I love these fucking things. I hate most technology. I love my Kindle. It's fucking simple. Button, book, read, awesome. As I'm coming out to pay, the guy's like, hey, your wife called. I have your honey-do list. You know, it's like small town place. Good guys. Well, what we have to do is recognize it's personal accountability. I had an airman who said to me, he was late all the time. This airman kept being late. Well, I was listening to him in the break room, and he played EVE Online. And I said to him, the reason why you're fucking late all the time is because you're up ass all night playing EVE. Go the fuck to bed. Well, I found out what his character name was. So, in typical douchebag fashion, I killed him, potted him, and then sent him an EVE mail that said, go to bed, or your commanding officer will kill you tomorrow morning. You're not fucking late because you have time blindness. You're late because you're staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning playing fucking EVE Online. Go the fuck to bed. Now, my kids, both of my kids, are what I call time dysfunctional. My kids, as I've said in the past, my kids don't go to school as their first thing of their day. School is the second thing of the day for my kids. Just like people who work weird hours. My kids go to school, come home, do their homework, go to bed. So my kids go to bed after dinner about 5:30, 6 o'clock. My kids sleep from 6 till about midnight or 1. They get up. My kids might be up from like 1 until like 4 in the morning. Then they might lay down and take a 90-minute nap, 2-hour nap, and then go to school. As long as you're getting A's, I don't give a shit what hours you sleep. As long as you're not falling asleep in class, I don't care what hours you sleep. As long as you get up in the morning, you take a shower, you put on clean clothes, you don't smell like Pigpen from Charlie Brown, you don't have those 3 dirt clouds following you everywhere. As long as you're not crabby and you're not disruptive to the other students, I don't care what hours you sleep, because I wish to God my parents would have left me the fuck alone, because I'm a daytime sleeper. I would rather sleep during the whole day and be up all night. So there's things like dentists who are open till 10 o'clock at night. I love that idea. Doctors' offices where the doctors have shifted, instead of being open 7 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, they're open noon until 10 at night. I love that idea. I fucking love every minute of that idea. I'm not saying all of them have to do it, but why do we treat, like I showed that teacher video last Friday. The dad is like, I'm free after 6. The teacher's response should be, that's outstanding. I'm a daytime employee. I'm at the school between 7:15 and 3:30. That's why I hate going to the doctors. Why in the fuck is it cool for you to charge me if I'm more than 5 minutes late, but you get to make me sit in the lobby for 45 minutes after the appointment I scheduled? Yeah. Now, doctor's offices, nothing messes up your sleep-wake schedule like second shift. That is true. Doctor's offices, we want doctors to see as many patients a day as we can. Okay, so we want doctors to see as many patients as they can, but we want them to make the best notes possible. Okay, but we want them to give you comprehensive health care. All right, well, which one do you want? Because if you want the doctor to do comprehensive health care and proper charting, then they can't see 6 patients an hour. As I talked about last week, if nurses with a 2-year degree can do all the same patient care as a nurse with a 4-year degree, because it's the same RN license, then why the fuck are hospitals being so persnickety that they only want nurses with a 4-year degree? The only thing that changes is their leadership management training, not their nursing training. I spent last Monday and Tuesday diving back down that rabbit hole. It's the same license. Yeah, I'm growing my hair. My hair has not been cut since about last September. So it is, I am rocking some massive, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about growing it long enough to honor the Celtic heritage and do a set of braids. Yeah, possibly. So,
they actually started yelling at me and saying that accommodations for time blindness doesn't exist.
Accommodation for time blindness doesn't exist. Accommodation for time blindness is, you need to have such an amazing talent that I need for the success of my company, for the success of my organization, that you can work independently. And there are some people who need constant supervision. There are people who need constant supervision and constant words of affirmation. I'm not one of those people. I'm a first 40 guy. If you don't know what first 40 is where Monday morning I come in at 6 o'clock in the morning and I start my job. And I might be there till 6 o'clock tonight. I might be there till 10 o'clock tonight. I might be there till midnight. I might still fucking be here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning when you come in. I might be walking out tomorrow morning while you're walking in and be like, I'm 24 hours in for my shift. I'm 24 out of my 40 done. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna come back. You need some people that literally are your problem solvers. I don't, like, my boss came to me and there was $128 million unaccounted for. My boss said, I am taking all the responsibilities off of your plate. Go find the money. And I said, okay. I worked for 24 hours straight. I got a plan started. I gave 3 different teams instructions. And I said, come. I called my wife. I said, hey, can you come pick me up? I can't drive. I've been on duty for 24 hours. My wife came, picked me up. I got fast food on the way home, ate, showered, died in my bed, got up the next day, went back, looked at all 3 teams' work, and I said, we're going to go with team number 3. Great work, button it up. We're going to go with team 3. My boss said, how long are you going to be here today? I don't know, 12, 16 hours. My boss said, are we going to start getting some of the money reflowing? I said, yeah, in the next 72 hours, money will start flowing in, and it'll flow in every day for the next 30 days. My boss is like, I'll see you in 30 days then. About 20 days later, I started working a normal shift. Went to my boss's office. I said, hey, can I get my responsibilities back? I said, the rest is just minutia now. My boss was like, yeah, but take a 4-day pass first. He's like, you worked your ass off. I said, I'll only take a 4-day pass if I can give 4-day passes to my team that's been working around the clock. He said, as soon as all the money's accounted for, you take your 4-day pass now. When they're done, they'll have their 4-day passes. I just don't want you and your team gone at the same time. Cool, no problem. That 1982 Blizzard, you guys were working 12 ons, 12 offs, and the only thing you had was MREs. That sucks. Nothing sucks more than a long work day in and day out, eating MREs. I am glad. Oh, and you had the shitty MREs in 1982. The MREs now aren't that bad, which I'm thankful for, because the service members deserve a meal that doesn't feel like you're just licking a salt block. But the early MREs, like the people that were retiring when I was coming in, that were civilians when I was coming in, they used to talk about how terrible the MREs were. It's absolutely gross. Yeah, it doesn't taste like sawdust and oil. I do want to talk about this one, because this one is radically bullshit. So Mayor Mamdani took office. New York City had a $12 billion deficit. He did this without cutting any social services. Okay, so first of all, he didn't do shit. Okay. Albany handled 2/3 of the 12 billion. Albany is giving New York City $8 billion over 2 years. So the fact that Democrats are celebrating, yeah, another $4 billion. Exactly. Number 2, he dropped a tax on expensive second homes that are worth more than $5 million. That's going to raise about $500 million. They found $1.77 billion in gap closing savings. So I'll give him 1.77 billion in credit. I have no problem giving him 1.77 billion dollars in credit because he looked at a problem and he said, we're going to get rid of contractors, we're going to bring things in-house. Made a budget that was way over. Nope, hold on. He did not make the budget. He inherited this budget. Remember, he got into office and he inherited this deficit. He didn't pass a budget. He got the budget. And then they're stretching their pension-related payment schedule by stretching payments out over 5 years. Well, that I need to dig into that one more. And then the mayor's office says a new package includes $3.2 billion in state authorizations. So the state is covering almost all the $12 billion. Then you didn't do shit. I'll give you your $1.77 billion in credit. The big problem is, oh, well, we're going to tax people on their second home. Then they're going to sell them. But it's not like people have... It's not like there's a ton of people that are going to... Like, poor people aren't going to suddenly be buying $5 million penthouses. The rich will come up with some sort of way to property timeshare. I'm sure the rich will come up with some way. Yeah, can I have the extra 10.27 billion? The rich will come up with some sort of way to preserve their penthouses. They'll create some sort of like penthouse sharing program. Problem might be that there's too many penthouses being built in New York City. Where did the state get the money? Mostly from the middle-class workers in upstate New York that never visit the city, let alone live in it. There you go. There you go. All you're doing is talking about shuffling money around. You're not solving a budget crisis unless, like, what they said was, he did this without cutting any social services. I'm sorry. The only two ways to balance your budget is to increase revenue, i.e. taxes, which he did. He taxed the rich, and that's fine. Or to cut costs. We have got to stop with this bullshit, right? With what they're saying. We have got to get a smarter population so they can understand when they're being lied to. I found it absurd that a city like New York is a net drain on the state economy. Well, Salty Bread, the reason why is... we failed to maintain the Roman ideal, right? Of this, there's a governor, and then underneath the governor, there are mayors. This is a really good idea. Did the office of the mayor issue this deficit claim? Yeah, he's been talking about this $12 billion deficit since he got into office. See, this is the way it should be working. The governor should be working on the overall health of the state in conjunction with the mayors, who should be working on the overall health of the city. Where we've got this problem, though, is you've got the governor works with the small mayors and the large city mayors like New York, Chicago, LA, Boston, Atlanta. They all view themselves as on par with the governor of the state. The mayor of Chicago thinks he has as much power as the governor of Illinois, and he doesn't. But people think that, like when I lived in Chicago, people under Mayor Richard Daley, people thought Mayor Daley was more important to the health of the state than Governor Ryan. Well, he's the mayor of the largest city in Illinois. He's the mayor responsible for our 2 airports. He's the mayor responsible for downtown. All of our sports teams, all this fucking bullshit. You're like, okay, great. And what? And what? He's still a mayor. He doesn't oversee the passing of law. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But people don't see the problems. People do not see where cities have a disproportionate number of poor because the cost of living in a city is ridiculous. Now, will the state start cutting services because they have to figure out how to pay off that $8 billion? Probably, but that's okay because New York City level ones will be untouched. So fuck everyone else. Yeah. New York is the tourism hub. What tourism? Yeah. It went down quite a bit several times. There's probably still a bunch, but it's not what it was. Right. Like right now, gasoline is $5 a gallon. Donald Trump is operating on a premise that going into the midterms, the Republicans are going to be in a strong position. Donald Trump has approximately 30 days to solve the gas crisis. If Donald Trump doesn't get the gas crisis in America solved in the next 30 days, he can kiss the fuck out of the midterm elections goodbye. The Democrats are going to sweep the fuck out of the midterm elections on gas prices alone. The average working poor person can't buy groceries. If they can't buy groceries and you just doubled the cost of their gasoline, then what do you think is going to happen when you ask them to vote? They're going to vote for whatever you put in front of them that sounds like they're going to have an easier time of it. Just like a lot of Democrats voted for Trump because they were mad at what the Democrats did with Kamala not running a real primary, a real convention. They're going to vote against Trump it's Trump's fault in reality. Democrats aren't running on the gas prices though. They're running on a fuck everything Trump platform. Right, but they'll pivot to gas prices. They will pivot to gas prices in the lead up to the election. They don't want to. What they don't want to do is they don't want to start talking about gas prices right now, because if they start talking about gas prices right now and Donald Trump fixes gas prices, because he could get red state governors to suspend gas taxes until the election, which would bring the national average down, right? If he gets that to happen, Democrat governor is going to have no choice but to suspend their gas taxes as well. Chicago people that live near the border will just go across to Indiana to get gas, no tax. People down here will, if they go to St. Louis to work, if you take 50, 60 cents a gallon off they'll get gas in St. Louis. Now, you said you can't fix gas shock like this even in a few months, let alone 30 days. You're right, you can't. You cannot. Well, let me roll that back a second. Yes, you could. You could fix gas prices right now. If the Strait of Hormuz opened right now, gas prices would be fixed in 28 days. Because of how projection works for gasoline. Because it's not like the tankers have been destroyed. It's not like some of the refining capacity in the Middle East has been destroyed, but America doesn't need to import refined product. We just need to import crude. If we can get those tankers moving out of the Middle East to the Gulf, we can get gas prices dropping very quickly. But what's real... No. You're right you're right. If your point is to say, how do we get the Strait of Hormuz open? Iran could open the Strait of Hormuz tomorrow. If that happened, we could get it fixed in a month. Getting the Strait open is going to take longer than a month. If the Strait was open, we could get gas prices resolved in about 28 to 45 days. Right? Because once the crude starts hitting the Gulf, we start pumping out gasoline, prices will drop. It's getting the damn Strait open. What if he pulls another lockdown for the rat virus? Wouldn't that tank gas prices? That is a great question. And I'm more than happy to grab this one. The global economy could not survive another quarantine shutdown. No, he didn't call it the rat virus. He'll probably call it that soon, though. Groceries, gas, power, everything is too high. Yeah, everything is too high. Everything, the prices of everything are too damn high. Well, what do we let go? The economy or let many people die? Honestly, and this is going to make me sound like a terrible human being. If we have to choose between the economy and letting people die, let the people die. Here's why. We did both for the coronavirus. Yeah, more people will die from a collapsed economy than from the hantavirus. That's the problem. A lot of people died from COVID. Break. A lot of the people who died from COVID died because of poor existing health. A disproportionate number of people who died from COVID. We half measured it, and more people died than they had to. No, I don't agree with you. Because, hold on. Hantavirus isn't a scam and nothing to worry about. It's simply going through the media cycle to scare people, increase the ability for propaganda to work. Mark my words. I'm sorry. I'm not going to mark your words. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put them on the screen right now. Hantavirus isn't a scam. It's not a scam at all. There are a lot of viruses out there in the world that exist in animals that we don't want to jump to people. If you say hantavirus is a scam, no, fear. Let me ask you a question then, okay? Because I hate people like you because you're dismissive of things just out of hand. Here's my question for you. There were 150 people on the ship, right? And they said 2 to 3% transmission rate, right? So when we do the math on that, the maximum amount of people that should have gotten it, if the absolute max on the transmission rate is 3%, then no more than 4.5 people, rounded to 5, should have contracted the hantavirus on the ship. But we now have 8 people from that cruise ship have tested positive. Now here's the problem. Your immediate response back to me is going to say, oh, well, 8's not a lot. But 8 breaks the existing number. Because when they say with authority, the transmission rate is 2 to 3%, but you're already above that, then please explain that to me. They said, what they kept repeating was, it is very difficult to contract. It is very difficult to contract. It requires prolonged exposure. Well, the people were quarantined on the cruise ship to quarters. So if the people were quarantined on the cruise ship to quarters, they weren't in close proximity to each other, and we still had 8 people that contracted the virus. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get to the levels of contagion that COVID-19 is, because COVID-19 is airborne. It's much easier to transmit. But when you say something along the lines of 3% is the absolute max for the transmission rate, and it's really hard to get, and then you say to those same people, well, explain the 8 then, and they can't, then either one, we don't fully understand this strain of the virus, or we don't fully understand how it's transmitted. And again, yeah, it's like 3% each time you go near them. It's kind of like this. 3% sounds really low until I tell you there's 100 M&Ms in this dish of M&Ms, and 3 of them are rat shit. Are you going to take a handful? This dish of ice cream has 100 chocolate sprinkles, but 3 of them are mouse shit. I'm not going to eat that bowl of ice cream because 3% is too high for me. Right? Now, I'm not saying, right? Yeah. The problem with Hanta is they don't know how many people contracted it human to human versus how many contracted it from rodent exposure. But what they know is they found no rodents and they found no rodent feces on the boat. So if you don't have rodents and you don't have rodent feces, but you know who your patient 0 is, and you know he died and the spouse died, well, now you got to figure out how did it transmit from the married couple to the other 6 people. Now, if you want to say it's a scam, then if it's a scam, how the fuck are people testing positive for it? See, what amazes me is that it's really simple for you to give a childish answer. Are we really just taking their word for it? What, taking the word for it for who? The World Health Organization that put people on the boat? The World Health Organization that tested the people? Like, my question for you is, why the hell would the World Health Organization lie about what they died? The World Health Organization would have told us if they found rats, because the World Health Organization wants to know how the shit is being transmitted. The World Health Organization, trust me, would have loved to have found rats on the boat. They would have said, oh, fuck, we found rats on the boat. That gives us a known path of transmission for us to follow. I think it's probably people eating in places with poor hygiene and they were eating food that was tainted, or the food loaded onto the ship at the beginning was tainted. Okay, that's fine. But then my question is, now you're talking about a whole different way of transmission. So now if you're talking about tainted food can transmit it, now you're way above 2 to 3% on the transmission rate. You have certain things that can get passed through food, like listeria, which you'll notice they pull that back. Yes, because that narrative, it drives tons of fear mongering, which is the goal of the media. Okay, Jeffrey, let me put it to you a different way. I used to write contingency plans. I don't get my information from the media. I used to write medical contingency plans as well as military contingency plans. So if I find out a boat has no rats on it, and it's the Andes strain, and it's human-to-human contact, but requires prolonged, but you can have it for up to 7 weeks, right, before you become symptomatic. And we don't have a lot of research on this particular disease because, as I've said previously, people that get this usually die, and then it doesn't spread. So, I think you're saying this is fear-mongering, but at the same time, people said, oh, COVID-19 is a common cold. Your chances of dying are 1 in a million, but it killed between 1.8% and 3% of all the people who got it. So, COVID-19 killed 1.8% to 3% of the people that got it. Those numbers are still, even to this day, being filtered out. COVID-19 was fear-mongering. Are you fucking stupid or are you trolling? Are you ignorant or are you trolling? What the fuck do you mean it was fear-mongering? COVID-19 exists. It makes you sick. COVID had numerous issues with Again, I think I've already covered that. Why are you saying shit I've already said? 1.8% to 3% of people who contracted COVID-19 died, and we're still not done parsing the numbers. Because a person who dies of a gunshot wound who tested earlier that week for COVID-19 should not be counted as a COVID-19 death. So the CDC removed them from that number. The CDC sent out letters to places saying, what are you doing? Person dies in a car accident, tested positive for COVID-19. Because the CDC has parsed through the numbers over the years and taken the number down from 4.8% to 3%. They've eliminated 1.5% of the curve and said all of these deaths were inappropriately logged. So there's people vetting the data. So how the hell was COVID-19 a scam? Like, I'm very confused as to how you how you get to the point of what did we make up COVID-19 test kits that just magically work on some people and magically don't on others? Like, I think it takes a certain level of what the fuckness to be like COVID's a scam and Hanta's a scam. Like, my family got COVID. Didn't the CDC recommend COVID-19 shots for children? Then finally we understand that it wasn't that harmful in children unless multiple comorbidities. Do you understand what COVID-19 does? I got no shots and no, I never got COVID. No, you got no shots and you never got a positive test for COVID. That's the difference. You don't know that you're trying to say you never got COVID. You can't prove a negative. There is no way to prove a negative. The only way you could prove a negative is if you have about 1,200 COVID tests. You took one every single day and they logged a negative for you. I have 9 negative COVID tests and 1 positive. Okay. Why did the people in my life who got shots end up getting COVID with severe symptoms? Do you know how an inoculation works? It's a yes or no question. If you know how it works, great. If you don't know how it works, great. No. I don't give a shit about anything other than do you know how an inoculation works? That's all I want to hear from you. It's amazing. People can type these long fucking paragraphs, but when you put them on the spot and ask a yes or no question, it takes like an act of Congress. No, I asked you a question. Do you know how an inoculation works? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. See, he won't answer. Put some skin in the game, man. Do you know how a fucking inoculation works? Yes or fucking no? Why is this hard for you? Google faster, bitch. Try to beat me by using ChatGPT so you can educate yourself faster than me on how inoculations work. Because I'll reach into that fucking closet right now and bust out my dress uniform with my medical cross on it. So, I'm going to go by the fact of no, your ignorant bitch ass doesn't know how inoculations work. So do me a favor. Get right the fuck off my channel. Because this is the fucking stupidity of society. For everybody else that's wondering how inoculations work, inoculations are a best guess. Inoculations are a best guess, and because most people said, I'm not getting that inoculation, we didn't have the inoculation in time, we couldn't build up herd immunity, and then we started getting variant strains of it. We were trying to get ahead of COVID like we were trying to get ahead of influenza. Every year you get a flu shot. That's a bunch of people picking the 3 to 5 strains of the flu they think is most likely going to cause the most fucking impact to society. Sometimes they get it right. Sometimes they get it really right, and we have a really low number of people with the flu shots contracting the flu. Other years they get it totally fucking wrong, and the following year they come out and say that. they will come out and say in the following year in the numbers, we mixed up a bad cocktail. We didn't really attack the strains that became prevalent. COVID-19 killed people. It happened to kill people that already had existing health conditions. Nobody disputes that. It affects people more seriously with asthma, people that are prone to pneumonia, bronchitis, right? I don't know why you're proud to have voted for Mondani. He didn't do any of the things that he said. You missed that section though. It affected people that were obese, right? But a lot of people have health conditions. Exactly. We got to stop with this fucking bullshit that COVID was a scam. Hanta is a scam. We only had a COVID-19 vaccine because we had been developing vaccines for MERS and SARS for years. Yeah, it's the point of the title is to be a talking point. We talked about it. The problem is, yeah, the min-max on the flu shot is, well, 0 and 100. You can also get a vaccine and still contract the damn thing. It's to teach your body to fight it. Not everybody's body can fight it. Some people are like, I never got COVID. They never got it. No, they just were never symptomatic. I've seen people walk into the doctor's office who say, I have no flu-like symptoms. And back when everybody was being tested for COVID, there were a ton of fucking people I knew. They're like, dude, I got COVID. What? I got COVID. I didn't know. My wife and my daughter got COVID. I went to my doctor's appointment and they were like, I went in wearing a mask. I said, yeah, my wife and my daughter tested positive for COVID. They said, leave, go around. Was it true there's a lot of false positives? Yeah, there were a lot of false positives. That happens a lot. False positives happen. False positives happen with other... Are you going to tell me strep throat's not real either? Because you can false positive the rapid strep test, and then they start you on antibiotics, and 72 hours later they call you and tell you to stop your round of antibiotics because your culture came back and it was a false positive. So is strep throat something that we know is real? Is that a scam too? Because there's false positives on that test as well. So now what? What you got? Come on, man, you jumped back in. What you got? See, what I can't handle is I asked you a yes or no question, right? I asked you a yes or no question. You said, inform me. I informed you. You had nothing to say. The best you came back with was false positives. Yeah, if you're claiming that you knew a large group of people that got vaccinated and a separate large group that didn't, and your vaccinated people got more sick, I would call you a liar. Oh, what you're sorry for is that you dodged a yes or no question by answering anything else, right? That's the problem. When I said, do you know how an inoculation works? You said, inform me, because you were too chicken shit to just put the word no. Because the moment you put the word no, it destroys all your credibility to even be in the conversation. You can get an inoculation and still get whatever the fuck you were just inoculated against. Oh, you'll say no. Great. So you don't know how inoculations work. Do the whole planet a favor. Shut the fuck up about anything ever being a scam until you learn how inoculations work. Why is this guy yelling? Because I yell. It's what I do. You don't like it? There's an X in the upper right-hand corner. In and out. Fucking set a speed record. The more you know, you know what? Goodbye. He can go. I don't need him anymore. Cool. Got you too, Bubba. Every time Jeffrey comes here, Jeffrey's a pain in the ass. I don't need a pain in the ass in my show. There are false positives. I've seen a few, but it's not super common. I mean, if you inhale Vicks nasal inhaler, you may test positive falsely for meth. Yeah, there's another one, which is the one, what are those little fucking black seeds on the bagels? What the fuck are those things? Poppy seeds. Poppy seeds can make you test positive on the old, I don't know if it still is the case, but poppy seeds. You'd have to eat a fuck ton of those on the new tests. On the old tests, poppy seeds were one because it triggers oh, hold on, let me back up one. For those of you that aren't familiar with how the military does testing, they don't test just your urine. They do a batch, right? And so they have however many are in a batch. I didn't work urinalysis testing. I just worked pecker checker duty. So they take a pull off of that, and it's a combined sample. Well, if there's any trace amount, it flags it. So that's why they used to yell at us, don't eat poppy seeds on the bagels. And then later on in my career, they said poppy seeds no longer matter. COVID wasn't a scam, but there was a lot of people who used COVID to conduct scams, which unfortunately makes it look like COVID was a scam. Yeah, and so absolutely. There's a lot of bullshit that happened around COVID. Just because there's a lot of bullshit that happens around something doesn't mean that something is a scam. It means there's a lot of scammers involved in that. I think it's incredibly important that we put our foot down and educate everyone in mass about deadly viruses and how important it is to know what an inoculation is. And all this information is pissing me off. Right. Absolutely. Okay. I think it is very important to talk about inoculations and how they work. Inoculations are not cures, right? They're not cures. Just because you get this thing doesn't prevent you from getting that thing. Getting this thing helps your body fight that thing. We give you an inoculation for this. If you get it, we give you an antiviral for that. Right? The problem is, if you don't want to take the inoculation, don't take the inoculation. I don't want to stick a needle in everybody's arm. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm not trying to force anything on anybody. But stop fucking pushing your bullshit agenda like COVID's a scam and Hanta's a scam. If you don't take it though, you shouldn't go out and kill people. Well, there is the other side of that. In my small little town, hold on one second. In my small little town, the grocery store during COVID is set hours in the morning for the elderly people. And the only people allowed in the grocery store were the elderly people, and they had the high school students that normally would stock the shelves in the mornings there to help the elderly people get in and get out. A lot of the elderly people just pulled up with a list, and the kids took the list and ran around the store, made sure they got, because when I say it's a little town, it's a less than 10,000 person town. They ran around the grocery store, got the person everything, showed them the items. If it was the wrong one, ran in, got them all checked out. So the elderly people didn't have to risk being exposed. There were people that were new to the small town They tried to walk into the grocery store without a mask on, and the owner of the grocery store was like, you need to leave. You can't make me wear a mask. This is, and you heard people say, this is public. And he's like, this isn't public. This is private. This is private property. This is my private property. This is my business. And they would be like, no, this is a public store. He'd be like, get the fuck out. Get out. Unless you put a mask on, get out. And we had people that were literally getting arrested because they're too stupid to understand the difference between your private property and private property that's accessible to the public. My house is private property, and it is absolutely not accessible to the public. Yeah, there's a difference between public and publicly accessible. That's disingenuous, though, because there were many cases of people who did get the inoculation, but didn't take and end up spreading it. But do we hold those people the same standard as those who didn't get it and didn't spread it? Well, it's not disingenuous. For example, there were some people in the early days of COVID, while they were trying to figure out what was going on, they weren't 100% sure if non-symptomatic people were spreading it. The vaccine was suspicious. I thought the vaccine was suspicious too at first. Absolutely. Until the companies were able to explain it. When you have something that you can spread, first of all, when you can be contagious and non-symptomatic, or your symptoms are so low, you have a sore throat. Like right now, today, I have a sore throat. I know what my sore throat is from. The pollen count. It's just high pollen count. Do I have COVID? Probably not. Did I take a walk yesterday? Yeah. Did a lot of people cut their grass yesterday while I was walking? Yeah, a fair few. That doesn't mean, right? It doesn't mean I'm automatically going to go and get a COVID test. Some people said they got COVID and they had a little bit of a headache and a little bit of a mild fever. How the hell are you supposed to know if you have a cold or COVID? We certainly didn't do a good job of teaching anybody anything. And now we've got Hanta running around, and we've got people like the guy that I had to ban, and I didn't ban him because he's got a differing opinion. I banned him because he wants to go on a fucking route of being a fucking moron and then not have a genuine conversation. Goodbye. You don't have to be here. You don't have to contribute. You can go start your own Twitch channel. I get pain every year in my wallet area. It's tax pain. I know what it's from. There you go. Exactly. You get a pain every year in your wallet. It's tax pain. Is it hemorrhoids? Yeah, it's in my ass area, but it's my wallet. It's Uncle Sam. It's Uncle Sam taking my taxes. I'm not saying that people need to panic, but I'm saying watching people's sentiment online is really Uncle Sam is the biggest pain in your ass. Yeah. Have I talked about anti-vaxxers? I have talked about anti-vaxxers. I talk about anti-vaxxers a lot. I think anti-vaxxers are completely fine. Except when their choices, when they want their choices to impact my daughter. My daughter is immunocompromised. Her best friend is immunocompromised. There was an anti-vaxxer family in town, and every single year they applied for an exception to send their kids to the school. And every single year I sent an objection letter to the school saying, I object to a non-vaccinated child going to the school in the same grade as my child who is immunocompromised. And my family and the other family jointly objected, and that's all it takes. Because your right to not vaccinate your children does not supersede my child's right to her protections under the law. And the law states all children going to the school must be vaccinated. And I had a conversation with the family, and I said, look, this isn't about my child is more important than your child. This is about the state has made the decision that children need to be vaccinated. And then they said, yeah, but the law says you can put in for an exemption. And the law says I can object to that exemption, which I do. Well, the one daughter ended up going to the clinic. The daughter turned 18 over the summer and wanted to do her senior year in high school because the family's all homeschooled. The daughter went and got vaccinated. She's 18. She can go to the clinic. She can get vaccinated. She got vaccinated. She went to the school. She went to high school her senior year. That caused the family to leave. Because their whole argument that we don't vaccinate, we don't believe in it, it kind of broke down when one of their own kids was like, you're fucking stupid. I don't have a problem with people having autonomy over their choices, but your autonomy ends where somebody else's autonomy begins. I'm okay with you not wanting to, not wanting you to be vaccinated. Like, I thought one of the stupidest things in the world was me having to get the smallpox vaccine. I thought me having to get the smallpox vaccine was ridiculous because I had cowpox as a child. If you know, smallpox, the vaccine is derived from cowpox. I have a natural titer to smallpox. Draw my blood, run my titer, I'm already inoculated. But some asshole put a checkbox on a form, and I was like, whatever. Stab me, I don't give a shit. I think, is that the stab? That's the stab one. What's the fucking, the one, my military people, we take, one of them we have to take the pills home. Which one is that? Because those pills are fucking gross. Malaria? Anthrax. We have to take those pills like for the 3 months before we deploy. Gotta keep them in the fridge. The fucking things are gross. It's part of the social contract. We have done this for ages. Lepers and quarantines. Can I explain why people think vaccines are bad? There are people who believe vaccines cause autism. Vaccines do not cause autism. We don't know what causes autism. We keep looking at autism like it's a defect in the printing process of making a little human being. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Yeah, some people believe that vaccines implant microchips in your bloodstream so the government can track you. Is this just more the internet brainwashing? Yeah. Yes. There are people who say that if a vaccine was safe, you should be able to put the liquid on a spoon and drink it. But these are the same people that you explain to them, I can't boil down broccoli and put it into a syringe and inject it. That'll kill you. Autism probably is a genetic trigger that is invoked when certain conditions or proteins turn it on. Yeah. I used to joke with my coworkers that if they got their 5G shots, microchips give me a break. Yeah. There exists no embedded system that functions as a transmitter and is small enough to be injected through an inoculation needle. Yeah. They're lucky their chances of contracting these things are lower since most of us are vaccinated. And that's the thing. When you get your inoculation, when you get your inoculation, you are helping the herd more than you are helping yourself. Everybody benefits when everybody else has the shot. It's like I saw a lady on an airplane and she's like, I'm the only person masked up on an airplane. And I wanted to say, like, I really wanted to respond, but I'm desperately trying to be nicer in life. I wanted to say, you're wearing a surgical mask, not an N95 mask. Your mask is doing nothing. There's also a history of some vaccines that cause major damage to the people who got it. Mistakes in history of vaccines were made, and some people feel a risk of a new vaccine is too high, and that's fine. I will be the first to say, right? I will be the first to say we have made a lot of mistakes with vaccines, right? We have made a lot of mistakes with vaccines. I do agree with this statement. Smart people making it harder to weed out dumb people. The moral quandary of humanity. Yeah. I don't know about you, but when I was a kid in school, they gave me this booster shot in the arm that felt like a cannon going to my arm. Scar for life. That was like, it was like a combo shot of 20 vaccines. That sounds like your tetanus, the old tetanus jab. The little raised keloid scar. That sounds like the old tetanus jab. Yeah, it's the way they used to administer tetanus. Irish people, up on their arm, they usually have 4 circles. English people too. If they're about in their 80s, they'll have these 4 perfect circles on their arm. It's where they use the pneumatic gun. Oh yeah, polio and tetanus. Yeah, the big jab needle leaves the little bubble of keloid scar tissue. Yep. My brother has that one. My brother was born in 75. He has that. I was born in 79, and my inoculations were done in America. I didn't get that one.
They actually started.
Let's see. I want to talk about this one. Where is the reading one? Okay, I'm going to show this. This is absolutely unreal that this is happening in our American schools.
Read that in this car for me.
She wore a suit, clothes that were. Who's this for? Extraordinary, but somewhat. Gertrude?
Now explain what that means.
I don't know.
So that was a clip that went viral on TikTok.com where a student at a Philadelphia school decided that he was going to present his fellow classmates with a card instructing them to read it, and each and every one of these students managed to fail miserably in that particular task. And for those of you who are unaware, for those of you who are educated in Philadelphia's education system, the sentence is supposed to read as follows. She wore a silhouette of clothes that was extraordinary, but somewhat gauche. Now, it's one thing to produce a viral video that gets a lot of attention on the internet.com. It's another thing to expose the failed education system in one of America's major urban centers. However, this particular student had actually released a part 2. He had also done this with their staff, which, by the way, we will go over in just a little bit. But instead of being able to release a part 3 of this type of video, he's actually stopped posting this particular content onto his TikTok page, onto his Instagram page, because he's afraid that he will suffer consequences for it from the school that are now threatening to take away his prom and potentially expel him for showing the fact that the students at this particular charter school cannot read. So the school saw this apocalyptic disaster, this inability to read by all these different various students, and they thought to themselves, the real problem here wasn't that the students can't read, and by the way, these are high school level students. It wasn't that they don't even understand nor comprehend the sentence and can't rephrase it in their own words, something you would expect a first grader to be able to do. It was actually the fact that this guy posted the video on the internet.com, and this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do,
Read that
Okay, so what the fuck is going on with the school that you can't fucking read? Right? Like, and then what's worse is the school. They can't read cursive. That's not even cursive, really. It's
Read that index card for me.
She
that's kind of cursive. It's kind of cursive. It's kind of cursive. It's kind of cursive. It's not. It's not. Some people are going to call it cursive. Some people aren't. We're going to call it kind of cursive. But the point is, it's not that she can't read the cursive. Is she can't read the word silhouette, extraordinary, and gauche. Now, gauche is. If the only word they didn't get in that whole thing was gauche, I would say to the kid, all right, you're being a dickhead. You're being a dickhead because you chose a $10 word. Yeah, but she couldn't read extraordinary. She called it extraordinary. We've known this has been a problem for so long. I remember being in school and seeing my fellow students not being able to read this, and I remember there's no amount of money and teachers you can throw at this problem to fix it. This also isn't a new problem. My mom couldn't do basic math or read well after high school back in the 60s and 70s. Yeah. What is fucked up is that my daughter was in I hate group projects. I hate group projects with a passion. My daughter hates them as well. My daughter was paired up with two kids that were being douchebags. So my daughter asked the teacher to reassign her to a different group. Yeah, I want to see the one he did with the teachers. Yeah, not knowing gauche is fine. Silhouette and extraordinary. Okay, so let me look up something real quick. The word silhouette is a 4th grade reading language word. And extraordinary is a 6th grade reading level word. Gauche is... So the reason why I would have dinged him on gauche is because gauche is an advanced high school word. It's classified as a gotcha word. It's an SAT gotcha word. Yeah. Children's books still exist, yeah, but the kids don't fucking read them. Gauche is French, right? It's a borrowed word. But I want to see the one he did with the teachers. Yeah, gauche is an old term. It's not even used in common practice anymore. So that's yeah. So, yeah, it's a 1970s word. Yeah, teachers won't let him put them on blast like that, which is going to be funny because once he has his diploma and once he has his transcripts, he can probably put the video out. Glizzy? Glizzy is hot dog. I've never seen the word before, but even if a word is completely foreign, context clues and regular reading comprehension should have sounded way better than... Yeah. I agree with you, Astro. The way that student put together that sentence, though, gauche wasn't a good fit there. The context clues of extraordinary and gauche, like a silhouette of a dress. You don't really wear a silhouette of a dress. The dress creates an interesting silhouette of her frame. Yeah, that outfit is very gauche. That's a bad question because it doesn't give you context clues. If you don't know what the word means, you don't know what the word means. You could say something like, she thought her new dress was mainstream, but her friends told her it was gauche. Or wearing a white dress to a wedding is gauche. That's got the context clues. Yeah, in the 70s it was fashionable to be gauche. Because the 70s it was fashionable to be gaudy. But that kid, I think that kid deserves the fucking presidential medal. That kid deserves the presidential medal. Because you've identified a major problem. We can't solve problems if somebody's not going to put a spotlight on them. How do we fix this problem? Spotlight. We'll put a spotlight on it. We'll put a spotlight on this for you. It's so unreal to me. It is so unreal that we want to blame the kid. My daughter was in a reading group. She didn't like the kids. She'd had a problem with one of the kids. So she was 3 days into a book. She got reassigned to a new reading group. She was 100 pages behind. We went and bought her the book. I said, do you have homework tonight? She said, no. I said, then you're going to read and you're going to catch up. My daughter, in one night, read and got ahead of the group she would be joining. The teacher was like amazed. She sent us this email. Oh, it's so amazing. I was worried she was going to struggle to catch up, and that it would be hard because she would be behind for a couple of days. But she's already ahead of her group, so tell her to slow down so she stays on par with her group. 100 pages. You're 100 pages in a 6th grade novel. You think 100 pages is gonna take my kid 3 or 4 days to catch up? What the fuck? Like, you're expecting my kid's only gonna read 30 extra pages a night? My kid'll be caught up. My kid can be off TikTok for an hour and can read 100 pages. It'll be okay.
The end score from
It'll be fine. What the hell did I download this one for?
Unethical ways to make.
Oh, nope. That one's for me. Let's talk about I want to talk about this one. Why is our society getting so terrible? I believe by the next census, it'll be more common to be in a divorced family than in a married family.
We'd have less divorce in this country if the system stopped paying and incentivizing moms to leave.
That guy obviously didn't want to make money on his message. That guy clearly wanted to
have less divorce.
That guy just wanted to say he just wanted to get this shit off his chest. This guy made a 9-second video that hits a certain kind of way. We incentivize women to leave. But at the same time, right? We have it seems to me like we have women that are getting awarded money when they're not entitled to it. And then we have women that can't get the court system to do what the hell they're supposed to be doing. Men have a psychological tendency to leave when they're abused. That is true. This is something that women don't like to hear. Women are more domestically violent than men are. Men do more domestic battery, but domestic battery is one of the 8 ways to commit domestic violence. So when you divvy out the pie of domestic violence, men predominantly, when men commit domestic violence, they predominantly commit domestic battery, physical violence, and women predominantly do all the other ones. Now this data gets broken if you include lesbian couples. Unfortunately, lesbian couples have the highest rate of violence. This is called the Duluth model. It is basically the dominant domestic violence model for teaching domestic violence prevention. But as you can see, coercion and threats, economic abuse, male privilege is still there, but there is a block now that when you're talking to male victims of domestic abuse, you can slide this piece of the pie out and put using female privilege. Using children, minimizing, denying, and blaming, using isolation, using emotional abuse, using physical intimidation. So you've got coercion and threats, and then eventually you have physical violence. What we have a really big problem is there is no crime for domestic abuse. There is only a crime for domestic battery. We have a very large problem in America with how divorce happens and about how households get split. So as I've talked about, what I recommend with people is 4 bank accounts, right? So what you should have set up for your marriage is you should have her account, the joint account, and the escrow account. So your paycheck goes into your account, her paycheck goes into her account, and then each of you deposit down into these other 2 accounts. Now the savings account is an escrow account. It takes both of your signatures to take money out, right? The joint account is only for bills. The mortgage, the utility bills, the car payments, the car insurance, anything joint. And that account should never be used for either one person. And then you have your money, she has her money. But what I really don't like about the situation is this. Assuming everything else is fair, right? We're not adding in any what ifs. We're assuming that this has been done completely by the numbers, right? Completely by the numbers. Everything is fair across the board. I don't like the fact that this should be divided by 2 and this should be divided by 2 and the his and hers money shouldn't be divided by 2. He should not have to give up any of his money out of his account to her if they're getting divorced. Because if we've done everything by the numbers and they've each contributed equally to the joint account, or prorated equally into the joint account and into the escrow account, those are the 2 things that are equal. Like the way I do this, right, is my wife and I each have a his and her account. What's in the his and her account, I don't care what my wife spends her account money on. I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care. Candy bars, sodas, go to the movies, get your nails done, get your hair done. I don't give a fuck what you spend out of your thing, out of your money. I don't care because it's not out of the joint account. It's not out of the savings account. I don't care. Spend it however you want. Hi. You want to see your girlfriend? You gonna be nice? Give me 1 second. Gonna be a good boy. Okay, so for Patreon, do I get 100% of the money? I get like 97% of the money. Let's see. I feel for a friend of mine who got abused by his wife until she finally snapped. He finally snapped and pushed her. She would constantly threaten to take the kids, got him fired from his job, call the cops, removed from the house. When he tried to defend himself, she would lie to her friends and tell about not buying groceries. And when he was spending thousands on groceries every 2 weeks, everyone started to think he was a dick. He showed me his bank, which is why I believed him on that, and the way she treats him firsthand. But I don't take any bullshit, so she didn't try to bullshit me. Right, and there is the problem. Yeah, don't try to touch the joint money to pay for your shoe habit. The problem with men is, men, and gentlemen, this is the problem a lot of you face. Men feel like personal failures when their marriage falls apart. Men will try everything to save their marriage. And the problem is, the marriage advice I give, and people don't like. Women especially hate when I teach this to men. Your marriage can never be better than it was at its worst. It takes a special kind of couple to overcome being in the 30 and 40% approval rating for your marriage. If you get down to that level of terrible, you're probably better off. Now, you'll notice I left a particular thing out. I didn't talk about kids. If you have, and I say this in the parenting class, if you have a household, right? And you have a household that's an absolute chaos, right? You are better off, if you give a shit about your kids, you are better off going and forming a house that's going to be happy, right? And let her house be the house that's going to be sad. Because as time goes on, you'll be able to document that her house is the problem. And then when your kids get older, you'll be able to motion to get custody of your kids. I don't like that kids get weaponized. I think it's fucking bullshit. I think children being weaponized is absolutely terrible. Imagine it's due to men feeling like the provider, so having failed, it means they failed to provide. Yes, exactly. 100%. Because men are still hardwired to be the provider, the protector. I have the landing account from which everything is distributed, the wife's allowance, the husband's allowance, the trust, the kid account, the other kid account, that's it. Yeah, the reason why some people do a landing account, there's no problem with the landing account. I just don't have it set up that way due to the nature of how my money comes in. The money comes into his and hers accounts directly. But I'm my wife's fiduciary. So if I wasn't my wife's fiduciary, we would probably have a landing account like we had in the past. Because then it's easy. The trick is, guys, if you make more than your wife, if 400 goes into your play account, 400 goes into her play account. Some guys don't like that. They don't get that. With the caveat that if she likes going out on dates, like she likes going out once a week to a nice dinner, then that prorate isn't going to be the same. You're either going to put the date money into the joint account, or he's going to get a little bit more because he's going to pick up the bill. You're not going Dutch. Men try to save their marriages because they typically get hosed in the divorce. Men typically do get hosed in the divorce because women typically get hosed in the marriage. Typically. Which brings me to a talking point that, again, is I'm all for women's equality, right? And first of all, if you're a man and you're not for women's equality, you're part of the fucking problem. Stop being part of the problem. Start being part of the solution. I don't like charts like this by like the Women's Foundation because it pisses me off because in healthcare, right? Healthcare is one of the larger gaps. In healthcare, why is there such a why is there such a difference in men and women's pay? Because men in healthcare are predominantly doctors and nurses, and women in healthcare are predominantly med techs and nurses. So you're already taking healthcare, and not all healthcare is equal. So you have a med tech compared to a doctor. Well, the med tech, the med tech should make less than the doctor. Why do they say healthcare instead of the specific job? So that they can paint a narrative. As we go across, legal. Why is there a gender pay gap when you talk about legal? As I've talked about the gender pay gap in legal before. Number one, there are more female paralegals than there are male paralegals. So if you're comparing legal, you're comparing paralegals to lawyers. Well, of course a lawyer is going to make more. When you're talking about lawyers, as I've given the example in the past, I had the same two people. They graduated from the same law school. They were within a few class ranks of each other. They started at the same law firm. They'd been practicing for 20 years, or so it seemed. But when you looked at it, he was a named partner, and she was a managing partner. And there was a big 6-figure pay gap between them. And people said, see, this is a great example of the gender pay gap. And what I said was, they graduated 20 years ago. Yeah, they've both been practicing law for 20 years. No. They both graduated 20 years ago. He's been practicing law for 20 years. She's been practicing law for 15 years with 5 years of maternity. She's a managing partner because she doesn't have 18 years of experience. And when she gets to 18, she'll be named a named partner at the law firm. He's tried 2,200. He's handled 2,200 cases. She's handled about 1,700. They're about 500 cases different. They're both lawyers. They're both exceptionally good. They were top of their class. They're at the same prestigious law firm. She made a decision. She chose to have 3 children. She chose to spend a quarter of his career on maternity. Finance. Why is the gap so big in finance? Well, what's finance? When you go to your bank, be honest with me. When was the last time you had a male bank teller? I can't think of the last time I had a male bank teller. But they get lumped in with finance. Education. Why is education so close? Because teachers' pay is very, 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 very close. But as what breaks teacher pay is high school teachers make more than elementary teachers. Women are predominant. Let me not say women are. Pre-K, K 1, 2, 3 teachers are predominantly women. So they have a little bit smaller of a paycheck than high school teachers do. Men also tend to be teachers / coaches and women tend to be teachers / advisors. There is a difference in pay for your head football coach than there is for your drama instructor. There is a little bit of a difference. The head football coach is making probably, at some schools with big programs, making close to 6 figures in coaching money. The drama teacher might be making close to breaking into 5 figures for teaching, for supervising drama. We've got to stop talking about this bullshit and not really dialing in. Should there be 100% gender pay differences? There should be 0 pay differences between 2 like files. Yeah, once you leave high school level and go into college level, it's predominantly male professors. You had said, that's what you did. I let her have everything in the divorce. I left with nothing. I originally had 0 custody, and then after she got the house, the kids, the car, everything, she lost the house due to poor money management. Then I got my rights back after petitioning the courts and saying, see, with me there, we were stable. She was the one causing the issues. I got sole custody 5 years later. My kids are grown and responsible now, and she is still a wreck. My godson's mother had court again yesterday. And I swear, this fucking douchebag, who, my godson's mother, is near and dear to me, but I swear some people just need to be taken out to the bread truck. Why the fuck did you get knocked up by this asshole? He has not made a child support payment in 4 years. 4 fucking years. He filed 22 motions against her and the judge. He filed a motion against the judge. The judge ripped him a new asshole yesterday. The judge, okay, let me say, if you know the difference between a magistrate and a judge, they didn't even wait to have the judge review the magistrate's decision. The judge and the magistrate were both there at the same time. The judge wasn't having any of this bullshit. The judge sat in on the hearing because it's a magistrate to help them do reconciliation. And this has been on the docket now for 4 fucking years. So the judge said, I'm gonna be there. Literally, to make this go faster, the magistrate made their rulings and the judge adopted them in toto immediately. Like, it's not even like a top pager. It is literally a following on signature. And there is a immediate notice of final appealable order. We need more of that in our country. We need more of that shit when it comes to the inequality. Like, I'm not against women being taken care of. And what I will say is, and there is a well-known phenomenon. I wish it would get more traction. Women who have been on birth control for a long period of time, they get married, then they come off the birth control, they get pregnant, they have their first kid, and they suddenly find they can't stand their spouse. We're finding this research is still in its infancy. We're finding women come off their birth control and they should have never married their partner because they're not really, like, remember, we're mammals. And I think this is a big problem because we're not teaching this. We're mammals. Sexual attraction to our mate is important. Now, before somebody says, what about asexual people? I don't fucking know. You'll have to ask one of them. I literally cannot talk about it's like I can't talk about a topic I don't understand. We're mammals. If we find our partner sexually incompatible, that's not going to make for a good marriage. Have I heard of the bean soup theory? Is it possible I've heard of it under a different name? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the bean soup theory. In fact, it's funny that you said the bean soup theory because I have...
we have less divorce in
this guy, I love this creator. This guy's amazing.
Hi, we're wondering if you had any halal options for your tonkatsu because we don't eat pork. Tonkatsu is literally breaded pork, so we only serve pork here. But there is gyukatsu restaurants that serve beef. You guys should go to those. That's racist. You should be more accommodating to different cultures. So you're saying if I went to your country and went to a restaurant that only serves halal and asked for pork, that you would accommodate us? No, that's against our culture. Well, this is our culture. How we eat our food has nothing to do with discriminating against you. It's just what we decided, what we liked. We're just very proud of our culture and want where we are to represent where we came from. So when you immigrate to a new country and try to make it exactly like where you came from, you're not assimilating. You're colonizing. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When someone is graciously allowing you into their home, you should respect their customs and their culture. That's offensive and you're just Islamophobic. We just want the freedom to tell women what to wear and where to go, and for the men to harass women. We're okay with one of those things.
I am tired of hearing this fucking bullshit. First of all, this is America. This is America. Our First Amendment says Congress shall make no law endorsing a religion or preventing the free exercise thereof. Businesses, on the other hand, I'm sorry. If I opened up another restaurant, Muslims would not be able to eat there, and Jews would not be able to eat there. They would not be able to eat there because I like fucking pork. Bacon is good. Pork chops are good. Rack of ribs is good, okay? Pork butt is good. Pork shoulder is good. If you're following a trend here, swine is fine. I'm down with the pig. That doesn't mean I don't like you. It just means my kitchen has pork in it. Right? My kitchen has pork in it. My kitchen is not kosher. Right? I had a couple. I was very good friends with them. They were kosher observing Jews. I made arrangements for them. When I bought a house, I made sure that when I was inviting them over, I followed kosher observing rules. But they also understood that I can't eat every meal with them because I like cheeseburgers. I happen to enjoy a cheeseburger. I'm going to open a restaurant that only Jews and Muslims can eat at. See how that goes. Well, see, you can't do that because that's discrimination. But you could open a private club that only Jews and Muslims can be members of. That might be a little weird, though. But keeping kosher is difficult, but not for places set up to keep kosher. Keeping kosher isn't difficult, but it's simply a matter of you can't eat that. You can't have a cheeseburger because you can't have meat and dairy served at the same time. Problem is we have no restrictions, but they have restrictions. You're right. They have no restrictions. Or they have restrictions. But as you heard, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Their constitution doesn't have a First Amendment in it to the ways ours does. So you shouldn't be expecting to go to an Islamic country and get a pork chop. You shouldn't be expecting this. And if you are expecting this, then you have a problem. It's kind of like one of the things I saw, not often, but I saw Middle Easterners whose wife needs to be treated, but we don't have a female doctor. It's a little heartbreaking to understand. They would rather have their wife die than be treated by a man, touched by a man. It's a choice. It's not a choice I agree with, but it's a choice. But it's not a choice that I have to. It's not a choice that I have to worry about because it's not a choice that affects me. I don't know. I could never wrap my head around it. They're self-made restrictions. There is no harm to them if I eat or am served pork. You're right. There is no harm to them if you eat a pork chop. That's the piece we need to focus on. But unfortunately, our culture has become so bigoted. The people are like, would you get rid of your dog if your Muslim neighbor asked you to? No, because a true Muslim would never ask me to get rid of my dog because nothing in the Quran tells them dogs are evil. My neighbor would be perfectly within his rights to say, keep my dog out of his yard because he has his prayer. He prays outside and dogs are unclean. So he has to clean his prayer area if my dog is, and that would be perfectly fine. You wanna complain that my dog got into your yard? That would be my fault. I'd be a bad dog dad. Like yesterday, I was on a walk with my wife. My wife is afraid of dogs. She likes dogs that she knows are safe, but because my wife is afraid of them, and some of you know this, if you're afraid of a dog is going to be more aggressive. They sense the fear. So I'm not afraid of the dog because I know how to fight a dog. I'm not worried about it. So I kept myself between my wife and this dog followed us for a good while because I talked to it. But I could never get close enough to grab it by the collar and, get a hold of it, see if it had a tag. And it was growling. It was barking. I was like, okay, you come near me, you're going to get fucked up, dog. Well, then people are posted like really friendly. And I just posted underneath, I'm like, the dog ain't that friendly because the dog was growling and barking and snapping and show of force. I was like, didn't bite me, but it was putting on a show of force. It was exhibiting dominance. Somehow I'm the asshole because I warned people that dog's not totally friendly. Where's the fucking apology from the goddamn dog owner to say, my bad, my dog got out, and then explain it? Yeah, my dog is a show off. My dog growls. My dog growls, but my dog doesn't bite. Yeah, what do they think the dog does after growling? Biting comes right after. Right, exactly. Now, not in all dogs. Some dogs, their growl and their bark is worse than their bite. But I don't fucking know that because I don't know this dog. Like when I used to walk this Great Pyrenees, the dog was bigger than 6 foot when it reared up in its hind legs. It was like, yeah, the growl is the back the fuck off. So this Great Pyrenees was taller than 6 foot. I used to run him for the people that owned him because big dog, you used to take him out for runs. You used to tire him out for him. One day this motherfucker saw a rabbit. And he was about 160 pounds of pure big boy muscle. And he start going after the rabbit. I got him on the lead. I pull him. He goes all the way up on his hind legs. I got to put the fucking dog in a reverse naked chokehold, get the dog down until the rabbit gets away. And I'm like, it's gone. Relax. Then the dog is licking my face. I'm like, I'm trying to choke you out, bitch. And the dog's like, can we keep running now? Jay, can we keep? I was like, oh, yes, we can run again. Good boy. I don't think the dog would have hurt anybody intentionally, but he was a big boy. 160 pounds. Yeah, he got excited to chase the rabbit, which means if he got excited to chase the rabbit, are my fingers going anywhere near his mouth? No, because he's snapping and he's chomping. He wants to go play with the thing. I mean, if anything happens to the dog, that's on the owner as well. Yeah, if the dog gets involved in a bite, it's the owner's fault. But we've lost the narrative. Last night, I put a message out on Facebook. Some of the kids in the neighborhood are fucking with the wild rabbits. Now, if you know anything about wild rabbits, if kids touch them, the mom will reject the rabbit. So the bunny, the baby bunny has to be able to survive on its own. Well, I've seen the kids doing this shit. I've told them to knock it off. Well, that didn't get the point through, so I made a Facebook post, and I didn't want it to turn into a fucking bullshit thing. So I posted on the Facebook to the parents that the kids are fucking with the wild rabbits. Leave them alone. Leave them the fuck alone. Most of the parents said I wasn't aware my kids. I don't know if it's my kids. Thank you for posting. I'll check in with my kids to make sure. Most of the parents were like, hey, thanks, because I even wrote, in order to be a it takes a village to raise a child sort of neighbor. This one dumb cunt of a woman went on a fucking tirade. Now, I made the post anonymously because I don't want the fucking bullshit. But she goes on a fucking tirade. Well, you should talk to the parents. You know who else I could fucking talk to? I could talk to the police, because my state has about 9 laws about disturbing wild animals. And if I have to bother calling the fucking cops out to deal with this shit because you don't know how to raise your kids, the thing I'm gonna sign for the police is the complaint. So you could talk to your shitbag of a kid and tell your shitbag of a kid to leave wild animals alone, or your kid could be standing in front of a judge with a lawyer you're paying by the hour for the judge to tell your shitbag of a kid to leave the fucking animals alone. Which fucking way do you want it? Because I don't want to have a conversation with somebody that's like social anxiety strikes again. No, bitch, I don't have social anxiety. I have PTSD. That's why I'm wearing my bunny shirt today. Because this woman at the bottom of, I'll be over to talk to you today. Well, good luck. I made the post anonymously. If you're going to knock on every door, God help you if you come to mine. We don't live in a society anymore. It's like, look, I don't want a confrontation. So in a very non-confrontational way, I said, this is happening. If you have kids, do a quick check-in with your kids to make sure they're not fucking with the bunnies. It's like, I didn't call you a bad parent. I didn't call the police on your kid. So,
Hi.
let's see. This is another problem we have. Was it her kid? I have no idea because she posted with a nickname. So I'm waiting. Supposedly they said they're coming around today. I don't know how the fuck they would know because I posted anonymously. If somebody comes along, we'll find out.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily circular to say that a woman is someone who exhibits womanhood.
Yes, it is.
And that
It's definitionally circular. That's like saying a hand is something that fundamentally shows handhood.
Well, what I
a tree is something that demonstrates the qualities of treehood. What new actual definitional content have you added to the word?
I can define womanhood for you, which is a set of characteristics associated with females, and a woman as someone who exhibits said womanhood.
Okay, well, you have just used the word female and woman to define each other. So you say a woman is a female, but not a biological female. A female is a woman and a woman is a female, but at no point have you added any new content.
No, I said a woman is someone who exhibits womanhood, and womanhood is a set of characteristics.
Yes, and that doesn't mean anything.
There are plenty of labels that refer to concepts. This is not a new thing.
It's not a label referring to a concept. It's a label that's referring to the same word as the concept. You can't do that. You have not defined even womanhood. You said a set of characteristics.
This is the problem that we have, and it doesn't matter that this is about the transgender thing. It's the logic behind it. It's the logic absolutely behind it. People don't know how to make their arguments anymore. It's like earlier, the guy, Hanta is a scam. How the fuck is it a scam? We have 3 dead people from it. How is it a scam? It's the mass media trying to make you afraid. Actually, the mass media is trying to downplay it, so they're not trying to make you afraid. You can't define a word by using the word. Correct. You cannot define a word by using the word in the definition. That is correct. You can do that if you provide then a following definition. Women. A group of individuals that identify themselves as a woman. A woman this is your definition. You can define a plural by saying it's a group of singulars, but you have to then define the singular. But it doesn't matter what the topic is. If you can't define it, if you can't explain it simply, then you don't understand it thoroughly. And that is where we have the biggest problem. This woman has no idea the difference between an object definition and an instance of an object. Right, exactly. They're just words, and I'll say words pretty much is all we have. Right. It's like, I love when people say you're arguing semantics. Yes, I am. Because the devil is in the details. People don't want to accept the fact that the devil is in the details. You're being pedantic. Yeah, I am. Because the specificity matters. We need to know the specificity of what you're asking for. Everything is a broad argument nowadays that would take forever to get into an argument about. What is a woman? What is a woman? A biological woman or a gender identity of a woman? Well, they're one and the same. No, they absolutely are not. Wisdom has been chasing you all your life, and it's done. All it's done is make you faster. Wisdom, intelligence is knowing tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing it doesn't go in a fruit salad. Education is knowing why tomatoes are classified as vegetables. But we don't want to do that. I bet you could write a whole book on what is a woman. I could write a whole fucking series of books on what is a man, what is a woman, biologically, what is a man, what is a woman, gender identity. The truth is, I don't care. I want to ask a transgender, what does it feel like to be a woman? The problem is, it doesn't matter how they feel. There is a family that are not there are people that are raising their children as babies. They are not assigning their children male or female at birth. They are allowing their children to identify their own gender identities later. I want these people fucking prosecuted and put in jail. Because you are fucking up your children in a way that all the therapy in the fucking world will never undo. You can ask a woman what it feels like to be a woman and get 100 different conflicting answers. Yup. Knowledge is knowing that beans are magical fruits. Yeah, exactly. Nothing like dehumanizing your newborn child. Right, exactly. If you're choosing to raise your children without a gender, you didn't have children. You had little social studies experiments. When my child was 2, she thought she was an upside down donkey. I didn't get saddlebags for her. 2 of my children, throughout their development, thought that they might have been transgender. Cool. Can you pass the ketchup? Thanks. What do you need from Dad? Oh, nothing? Cool. Let me know if you need to talk. One of them, I think I might be a boy. Okay. What makes you think this? Okay. What next step would you like to take? What direction would you like to go in with this? My one kid looked at me and said, "You're awfully calm about all this." Why wouldn't I be? You've listened to my show. You know that I don't give a shit. Well, it's not that I don't give a shit. Like, I mean, I don't care. What do you need from me? My daughter wanted a binder for her chest. Cool. Buy it. Find it. Buy it. Source it. Cool. That lasted a couple of months. She came back. I'm a girl. Speaking of children, children are a wonderful parasite of the wallet. Hold on. So, I'm convinced it's Munchausen by proxy at this point, and they need serious mental help. I do think that there needs to be an awful lot of investigation. I am not going to disagree with you. I think part of the problem is, and I'm not trying to be cruel, and I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to be demeaning, and I'm not trying to be demoralizing, but I do believe that because gender identity disorder in a young person is very odd and unique. Not odd as in like bad, but odd as in abnormal, because it is by the way, if you're offended by the fact that gender identity disorder is a mental health condition, not every mental health condition makes you a bad person. PTSD is a mental health condition. It's post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay? Having PTSD doesn't make you a bad person. It means you have a disorder that requires you to be under the care of a physician. There is a difference between, I think everyone would agree, there's a difference between being a cross-dresser and being a transgender. Okay? The trick becomes, I think, if you are a young person and you legitimately believe you are transgender and you have gender identity disorder, euphobic, no, I just have PTSD. Not sure where you're going with that. The thing is, if a child wants to start down a route, I think the parents need to also be evaluated. Let me help you out. It wasn't a joke because it's not funny. I did read your sentence correctly. I stopped reading it when I got to the point where it dropped off. If you think there's anything comical or amusing about PTSD, I would invite you to find a pier, start walking down it, and just keep walking. There is nothing funny about PTSD. I have seen too many of my brothers and sisters from the military put a gun in their mouth and blow the back of their head off from having PTSD. There is nothing comical about it. So, if you think there's anything comical about PTSD, I don't know what to say to you. Sorry. Jokes are supposed to be funny. I need Jesus. That would be interesting. I need Jesus. I've been a minister for 26 years. I don't think I need Jesus. I think you and your Twitch account with your 8 followers from 3 days ago, I think you might need some Jesus though. Just saying. Software and game development. Interesting. So you're a game developer. Developing, you're playtesting, what is this? Ruins of Terran? So, let's do this. Let's go ahead and let's grab this. And then let's, is it there? Yes, cool. Now let's make sure we save that with the same game name. So if this piece of shit game ever does come out later, we have the screen name. And we got the user's name. Cool. All good. Good to see. The PTSD is one of those conditions that is overdiagnosed. I once saw my mom get yelled at by my dad because she spilled the spaghetti. I now have PTSD. Yeah, you have the difference between adjustment disorders and PTSD, which is basically determined by criterion A, the sentinel event. Unless you have a very specific sentinel event, you can't have PTSD. There's nothing saying that you can't have an adjustment disorder, something that you can't get over. I do find it funny though, individuals like that, you need Jesus. You made a joke about PTSD, and then you said somebody else needs Jesus. This is what's wrong with our society. That person is probably gonna wonder why throughout their entire life that they never amount to anything. It's like I say, there's a really good litmus test for if you're the asshole. If everybody you meet on Monday is an asshole, and everybody you meet on Tuesday is an asshole, and everybody you meet on Wednesday is an asshole, chances are you're the asshole. So.
I wouldn't say it's necessary.
Let's see. This one caught me off guard. I guess we're having a lot more people putting their family drama on TikTok.
Lexi, why didn't you bring the kids by on Mother's Day? Like, I wanted to see my grandkids.
Because it's Mother's Day and I'm their mom, so we had plans.
Okay, well, I'm a mom too, and we've always spent Mother's Day together in the past, so I was expecting them to be there on Mother's Day for me to see them, like we've always done.
Okay, the only reason why you seen my kids previously was when I was with Justin. Justin wanted to see you because you're his mom, so we just tagged along to see you too. But now that me and Justin aren't together, I don't think Mother's Day is going to be a holiday that you see us because you're not our mom.
Okay, but I'm a mom and I'm their dad's mom, and so I should have been able to have time with them like we've always done. So you need to stop being so bitter about everything and let me have the normal time I've always had with the kids.
Well, they make days for you. Like, they have Grandparents' Day, you have a birthday, so...
So, what I'd like to try to figure out here is, number one, I don't even know if that's real or that's fake or that's staged or whatever. If it's staged, it's in poor taste. Because, is that why she has two phones? It's A lot of TikTokers have two phones. A lot of TikTokers have an iPhone and a Android phone. I was watching one particular TikToker talk about the quality. Some people have two phones. Like I have at one point I had three phones because I had one for myself, one for PGN, and then one for clients. You're on grandma's side on this one. Why are you on grandma's side for grandma to get to see the kids on Mother's Day when we have Grandparents' Day? It's just interesting because when you're with somebody, family is family. But when you're not with that person anymore, if that's dad's mom, dad doesn't have custody, dad's mom shouldn't have any expectation. As long as she actually lets her children meet their grandparents, I don't see the issue. As long as there are no other issues with the grandparents. I've got no problem with my father-in-law seeing his grandkids. I have a major problem with my mother-in-law seeing her grandkids. Why are you trying to tag people in my channel that I've already kind of dealt with, who aren't even in the channel anymore? Some women got super entitled when they turned into a grandmother, and 99% of the time, women who failed raising her own kids and she's trying to do a redo when it's the easy part of being a grandparent. My mother-in-law is an interesting individual. My mother-in-law doesn't understand that I'm not obedient to her. She's not my mother. I've said as much to her. She tried to control me, and I said, with all due respect, my mother is in a box in the ground, and I didn't ask you to take her place. I also think we need to make a change. I think we need to make a change in phrasing, and it'll take probably 30 or 40 years. We need to change the phrase mother-in-law to mother-by-law. They said they've been doing this forever, and it seems to me none of the parties tried to say we're not doing this year. Yeah, I could see that, maybe. That I'll give you that. That's a +1. I'm big on expectation management, so yeah, I'll give you that. If you weren't gonna do it, you should have told them that you weren't gonna do it. I'll give you that. Because that's just expectation management. Just like the old people who say respect your elders are typically the ones that don't garner respect. Oh yeah, respect your elders should be by the default. You should respect your elders until they do something that indicates they aren't worthy of your respect. And once they do that, then honestly, fuck them. I give everyone the benefit of the doubt, elderly or not, doesn't really matter. I agree with that. I try to be... I try to respect everyone out of the gate, but very quickly, a lot of people, their behavior indicates I'm not going to respect them very quickly. Making a joke about PTSD, I'm not going to respect you. If you're making a joke about PTSD and then you try to say, oh, well, I'm only kidding, you're making a joke in bad taste. If you make a joke about PTSD and then you try to play it off with, well, I have PTSD, I'll say, well, let me see your diagnostic criteria. Let me see your diagnosis paperwork. It always amazes me how many people are like, then you don't have it. The truth is, if you have PTSD and you're trying to laugh it off, that's something that you're more likely rather than less likely going to try to justify that in a PM, not in public. You're gonna be like, hey man, sorry, that was in bad taste. I'm a PTSD vet. I've had that in the past and I've just let it go. Because some people do laugh off their PTSD. The guys at the VFW, when I go in there and bullshit with them, I sometimes go down there to help them with their appeals and stuff. A lot of those guys make really in bad taste jokes, but they're in a safe space. They're in a VFW hall or a VA hall with a bunch of other veterans. I had to stop giving people the benefit of the doubt, just a massive waste of time, other than it's not. I'm disappointed by people every day. If you're not an asshole, don't waste my time being an asshole right off the rip, because that in itself makes you an asshole. Yes. Gallows humor is its own thing. Yes. Gallows humor is its own thing, but gallows humor has a time and a place. When it comes to subjects like that, there is a major difference between a comedian making a joke versus a normal person making a joke. Yes. Yes. Like, for example, Pete Davidson at Kevin Hart's roast. Pete Davidson got a lot of shit for his Charlie Kirk joke. Now, hi, did you bring me a mouse? Oh, you brought me, what'd you bring me? You brought me a hair tie? I'm not supposed to throw these for you. You're gonna get me in trouble. Pete Davidson, if you're not aware, his dad died on 9/11. Well, during somebody's roast, Justin Bieber's roast, I think maybe, I forgot whose roast it was at. Jimmy Carr told a joke and he said, but this is not the roast of Pete Davidson's father. That was on 9/11. And the crowd was like, holy shit. Like, holy fuck. Like, that was dark and that was morbid. Now, do I honestly believe Jimmy Carr told that joke? Do I believe he told a joke about Pete Davidson's father without telling Pete, I'm gonna tell a joke about your dad? Probably, yeah. Probably, because Jimmy Carr doesn't look like I think he was brought in, I don't give a fuck. It was more a joke at Tony stating Charlie Cook took a shot to the neck on camera is stating a fact to set up the joke. Right. But you know, maybe too soon. Everyone was upset at Kevin's roast. Clearly all those jokes are ran by everyone. I don't know if all the jokes are run by everyone. I don't think the jokes themselves are run by everyone. I think the framework might be run by everybody, but I know Lisa Lampanelli doesn't. She, the queen of mean, she never ran any of her shit by anybody. All of the reactions to if you look up Lisa Lampanelli roasts, she never ran shit by anybody. That was her deal. A lot of them also written by the same crew. Yeah. Absolutely. I don't know, probably. So I think people need to understand there is a difference between a comedian who's telling a joke. Because a comedian usually gets you to some, and I think comedians are the modern day philosophers. Like, George Carlin, is amazing. People turn around and they say, Columbus named the Native Americans Indians because he thought that he was in India. Columbus didn't think he was in India because the year was 1492, and if Columbus thought that he was what we call India today, he wouldn't have called the Native Americans Indians. He would have called them Hindus, because India at the time of 1492 was commonly referred to as Hindustan. He called them Indians in los Dios, the people of God. Yeah, Indios. The mystery solved by just knowing Spanish and Italian. Indios, people of God. But you try to teach that shit in school and all the parents lose their fucking minds. Well, the way I was taught, people can't evolve, people can't adapt, people can't move on, people can't move forward. A roast is more of a comedy routine with a single topic. That person is a theme. It's not meant to be taken personal. Right, all the jokes, like, I think, yeah, he would have called them Punjabi or Bengali. Right, exactly. But we're so caught up on this level of ignorance. We've already shown today that a kid tested his magnet school classmates and they can barely read. You can barely read and you're at the magnet school? Then what the fuck does the normal public school look like?
Lexi,
Why didn't you bring the kids around? Because the kids don't need to see their grandmother on Mother's Day unless you've been doing it for all this time, and then you should have had the decency to talk about it. We're going to talk about this one. Talk about waste of money, right? Now, I'm not trying to offend anybody here, right? This isn't meant to offend anybody. The transgender members of the audience, I saw a couple of you here. This is where you need to step up and be like, this shit is stupid and we need to stop this. Just listen to this and you're going to be like, yeah, that person doesn't represent me.
I can't even say this without laughing. Adapting an LGB plus inclusive teen pregnancy prevention program for transgender boys. I can't even say this without laughing. Do you think that that is a useful form of our tax spend?
I am not familiar with that grant, but I think bench research, government investment in scientific and pharmaceutical
teen pregnancy
research.
for transgender boys. Do you think that that is a useful spend of our tax dollars?
I think government investment in all kinds of scientific research is of the utmost importance.
Including pregnancy prevention for transgender boys. Okay.
Okay, so as you guys know, my show, I'm like D'Artagnan, all for one, all for one. However, first of all, the last time I checked, it is still a very uphill process for an individual to have fully completed their reassignment surgery before the age of 18. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying it's totally impossible. I'm saying it's a very, very difficult uphill struggle to be completely transitioned before the age of 18. Now, I also want to foot stomp this. Teen pregnancy does report the numbers of 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds. Generally, in the footnotes, it's generally excluded from the data because we're generally looking for non-adult pregnancies. But we gather the data because 18-year-olds are still teenagers and 19-year-olds are still teenagers. The last time I checked, and please somebody correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm totally okay if I'm wrong. If an individual completes their gender reassignment surgery from male to female, they can't conceive a child. There are procedures that can happen where they can have a womb implanted, but that's not your standard. That's not your standard situation. This is like saying, if you have a young lady, you have a 16-year-old girl who has to have a hysterectomy, It would be like saying she has to complete a pregnancy course as part of her health requirement in order to graduate. No, I think what we do is we look at this singleton situation and be like, hey, principal, Susie would normally have to take the pregnancy thing as part of the school curriculum. Yeah, because she's a girl. She had a hysterectomy. Waived by principal, signed, dated. You don't have to take that module. How do you have an implanted reproductive system added and it doesn't get rejected? You'll be very interested in this. Look up robot incubator. Robots can be incubators now. Interesting shit. It's going to be good when we try to colonize space. But I think what we're missing the point is we've allowed certain things to become to a level of absurd. We've allowed things to become absurd because we're afraid of hurting people's feelings. Look, we don't need to worry about this because this isn't fucking reality. Just say that. Just instead of saying, I think all research, be like, nah, you know what? I don't think that makes a lot of sense. As someone who is utilizing surrogacy, I wish robot incubators were mainstream already. And guess what? Here's what I'll say to you. I support that. My daughter has a friend whose mom has been a surrogate to 2 children. She is the surrogate to a gay couple's 2 children. She is the godmother to both of the children. Yeah, it doesn't even look like an organ transplant. It's a transhuman cyberpunk themed horror movie. I think this also stems from your level of legalism in the US. You try to cover everything and it just becomes too much. That is also true. The US tries to have a law for everything. What we don't allow is we don't allow judges. And the reason why we try to have a law for everything is because we have jurisprudence. We have precedents. We have, when a judge makes a ruling, that ruling becomes the interpretation of the law, not the law itself. The first judge who hears a case under a law sets the tone and the tempo for the law. That shit needs to stop. We need, when new things come up, instead of a judge making a ruling that then is on the books for 10 years while we try to get new laws, that judge should be like, hold on. The law as currently written is inadequate for me to make a ruling. So 2 things are going to happen. Number 1, I'm going to resolve and arbitrate this particular, and then I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to say to the liaison to the legislature, we need a better law. What I'm reading is that there are roughly 300,000 teenagers that identify as transgender. There's an estimated 349 population in the US. Figure out that percentage and justify how much time, money, and effort is expended. Right. And then the other problem is we have 349 million people in America. We have 49.5 million people who are immigrants. And we have 12 million known illegal immigrants. So, what we need to do is we need to solve our problem by getting rid of the 60 some odd million people that don't need to be here, which instantly solves our housing crisis.
I can't even say that.
If we get rid of 60 million people, we instantly solve the housing crisis. Let's talk about, we talked about the wage gap earlier. I forgot to cover this one, so we'll cover this now.
So do you take into account the fact that on average a male full-time employee works longer hours than a female full-time employee?
Not directly, no.
What about if you did it on an hourly rate? What would be the gender hourly pay gap?
Well, we don't have that data, Senator.
You don't have that data?
No, because we ask for annualised salaries from our employers when they report their data in.
Okay, so if a woman was working fewer hours but earning the same rate per hour as a man doing the same job, would that show up as a gender pay gap?
No.
Holy shit. Holy shit. So you mean the people that gather the information? No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. The problem is that the data they gather is on annualized salary. So, ready? This is the problem. Let me throw these numbers up here. This individual is a male, and he's making $31,200. And this individual is making $15,600, and she's a female. Right? They're both making $15 an hour. So there's no pay gap. But what's happening is that he's a full-time employee, so he has 2,080 hours a year, and she's a part-time employee. She has 1,040 hours a year. There is no gender pay gap here. There's no gender pay gap. There's a difference in yearly earnings, but why is there a difference in yearly earnings? Because one of them is working half the amount of time the other one is. Why is the other one working half the amount of time? Well, because she has kids and she can't get daycare and she can't work weekends and she can't do this and she can't do that. It shouldn't show how she collects the data, means it would show as a gap. Oh, yeah, it would show as a gap because she can't, she can't show how she got her data, yes. Which is like, all of us that are Generation X, and maybe some of you millennials, you'll remember hearing this. It doesn't matter if you got the right answer, you didn't show your work. And we all used to say, all of us Generation Xers, we used to fucking chew on our pencils and throw books and rip the tops off of the desks. Because we used to say shit like, why the fuck do I gotta show the work? Now you understand why we have to show the work. Because these people are getting to the answer and they know it's wrong because they have it, they don't want to include it in the report. What's worse is they do have the data, they refuse to report it. Yeah, because they don't want to report it. Because they know that if they report it that way, it shuts down their narrative. I didn't see the whole video, but I'll tell you what happens in my family dynamic. When the school calls and says the kid's not feeling well and they need to be picked up, 75% of the time it's my wife that has to leave work and get them. When my kids have to stay home, 70% of the time she stays home. I bet this is pretty common, and really, if you think about it, it's a huge problem. Yeah, and here is the here is the problem. When I was active duty and my wife was active duty, our daughter was sickly. She was sick a lot. Well, if my daughter was sick, the first thing they would do is they would give my wife a rapid strep test. Our daughter got strep all the time. So they'd give my wife a rapid strep test and make her sit in a room for 10 minutes till they got her results back. If my wife's strep test came back, they would say, go get your kid, bring your kid right back. We'll give your kid a rapid strep test so that we can know if your kid needs antibiotics. And 99 times out of 100, if my wife had strep, the kid had strep. If my wife didn't have strep, they would say, go get your kid, bring your kid in anyway, and we'll give her a test. If my wife didn't have strep and my kid didn't have strep, but my kid just had a fever, then I would take a day off. She would take that day off. I would take the next day off. We would each take a day off. But before I was married, I was with somebody that had a kid. I would have taken the day off if we got married and that was my stepkid. I would have taken the day off, except I had a career and they had a job. The person with the career doesn't disrupt their career to take sick days for the kid. Because the person with the career is the one that 10 years from now is going to have the is going to have the big money, and the person with the job. What's the reasoning behind it? Which parent is more likely to be able to get the time off without being fired? Is there a difference in pay? Yeah, there's a lot of questions you got to ask. Like, I have sick time. I can take sick time. Then I'll take the sick time. If the company's sick time policy allows for me to take time for my kids. Family roles are all over the place depending on the family. I make 4 times what my wife does, but I still handle the kids because that's because my job allows it. Right, exactly. Your job has the flexibility. When my wife and I were both active duty, my boss was a dickhead when we were both out at McConnell. My boss, who didn't have children, so he didn't understand that children get sick, my boss was a fucking douche canoe. My wife had to be on station because they were short on medics. Her boss told her, you can't miss work. So I called my boss and I said, well, my wife can't miss work. I'll just have to work nights. He said, as long as you do your 40 hours a week. What the fuck does it matter if I'm on station or if I'm at home? Realistically speaking, if I can do 95% of my job from a laptop and a telephone, and I can offload 5% of my work to my superintendent, what does it matter if I'm at the job or if I'm at home? Well, my boss was a douchebag that didn't have kids, so he didn't get it. Speaking of, Home Depot and Lowe's to install parking lot cameras with license plates readers amid a surge of shoplifting. I present you this evidence again to make one thing clear. Your life is not worse because of the top 1%. It's worse because of the bottom 1%. I really, really hate this post. I really, really hate this post. The bottom 1% is struggling because of the top 1%. 33% of the population, 90% of the population shares 34% of the wealth. If the rich people were smart, they would allow a little bit more of the wealth to flow down. They don't have to allow a lot of the wealth to flow down, just a little bit more of the wealth. They would allow a little bit more of the wealth to flow down. Nothing is affordable, and you're shifting blame from the billionaires causing that artificial inflation to the shoplifters. What artificial inflation do the billionaires cause? Believe it or not, billionaires don't cause any inflation. Because billionaires, they're not buying shit that's competing with you. How many yachts have you bought? Yeah, billionaires don't buy normal shit. How many yachts have you bought in the last 10 years? I mean, I know you all think that I'm sitting on billions of dollars and shit, but I haven't bought a yacht ever in my life. So Bezos buying a second yacht doesn't cause inflation for me. I can't not get a yacht because Bezos has 2. I think people need to say what it is. The wealthy have the solution, but they don't have to be the solution. Okay, here's the problem with that line of thought. The wealthy don't have the solution. The wealthy don't have the solution. Because the wealthy aren't the problem that people think they are. What I always say before I do hold on. No, they couldn't. No, they couldn't. The wealthy could not be the solution because nobody knows what the fuck the problem is, except me. Because everybody has gone to, I'm going to spend 1% of my time talking about the problem, and the problem is billionaires. So because I've spent 1% of my time saying the problems are the billionaires, I'm going to spend 99% of the solution saying the billionaires should be taxed to fix it. But here's the problem. The billionaires aren't the problem. So if all the billionaires got together, they could come up with a game plan. It's not just a matter of giving money. It's so much more that will take time that they don't want to give because time is worth money to them. No, let me stop you. Let me stop you. That is bullshit. That is absolute fucking horse shit. Because who makes more money if the system works better? The billionaires do. If the billionaires could get together and come up with a game plan, they would continue to be the 1%, the 0.1%, the top 50 richest people in the world. The problem is people say we should tax the billionaires. Why do billionaires oppose taxes? Because they don't want to pay them? No. Because they don't want their fucking money wasted. Billionaires. Let me give you, taxing them won't work. You're right, taxing them will not work. Because of the top line, the yellow box is me. I wrote the yellow column. Stop wasting money, balance the budget, and then talk about raising taxes. Okay? Until we balance the budget and stop wasting money, the billionaires don't want to pay more taxes because it won't fix anything. Let me flip over here real quick. And hold on, I gotta find the...
which calculates estimated aggregate unit cost of 7 precision systems. So I'm talking, Tomahawk, JASSM, PrISM, SM-3, SM-6, THAAD, Patriot. Those 7 at about $25 billion. Does that sound about right? I mean, you're projecting everything at about 23.
Yeah, I'm most confident in our projections on munitions cost. That's the easiest thing to calculate. So that number sounds a little high to me for that stage of the war.
Okay. We've lost about 39 aircraft, according to a report in the war zone, and that's an old one. That's almost 1 month old. Do you have a replacement cost on all of those aircraft? Now, understanding that some of that aircraft is not replaceable, but presumably you would have to replace it with some kind of capacity.
There are costs there, sir, but I want to get back to you in writing and what they specifically are, because as you can imagine, repair of aircraft is something that's very hard to calculate.
No, it's not. No, it's not, you lying sack of shit. Repair of aircraft is not something that's difficult. No, the fuck it's not. There's a book. There's a fucking book for every fucking aircraft, you lying asshole. There's a fucking parts book for every fucking thing. If you take a fucking crew chief for that airframe and you say to the crew chief, I need this repaired, the crew chief is going to look at it and he's going to say, all right, let me get with the depot and let me figure out where this airframe is in terms of depot before I start deciding to fix it, because if it's near to depot maintenance, we're going to have to rip it apart anyway. So while we're ripping it apart, we'll fix it. But there's a fucking book. Every part, every nut, every bolt, every panel, every screw, every run of cable, everything is in the fucking book. Because I can't tell you what maintainers do to figure out what parts they need. I can only tell you when they come over to the LRS, the Logistics Readiness Squadron, and they come in to order parts. We know exactly what every part costs.
We want to do a full diagnosis of the aircraft before we estimate that cost.
Okay, but that's not in your estimate of somewhere around 29 cost of war that you gave us.
That's included. That's what we have right now.
Oh, I see. That is part of it.
Yeah, but it's an estimate, especially for repair costs.
It's an estimate. Okay, so let me bust out Papa J's estimate, because I don't do half-ass shit. So, list of aircraft that we've lost. 1 E-3G Sentry AWACS. That's destroyed. It can't be repaired. 270 million replacement. 2 KC-135 Shadow tankers. 79.2 million to replace. 79.2 million to replace those. And we can't replace those because we no longer produce KC-135s. We will have to replace, because you heard him say Some of those can't be replaced. Well, some of those can't be repaired. We'll have to replace them with new capability. We'll have to replace them with KC-46s. 2 MC-130J Commando 2s, $228 million. 1 AC-10C version Warthog, 9.8. 1 CH-47F Chinook, 54 million. 4 F-15E Strike Eagles, $124 million. 4 MH-6M Little Birds, $18 million. 24 MQ-9 Reapers, $339 million. Yeah, the Chinook will have to be, we'll have to replace it with, I mean, we don't produce anything with that capability. A total replacement cost of $1.8 billion. $1.8 billion. Holy shit. Why do the rich people not want to contribute more? Because Donald Trump started a fucking war with Iran that has cost us and will cost us. And I'm not joking when I say this. Donald Trump's impact to the American economy is going to be approximately $1 trillion. Gasoline is $5 a gallon. Diesel is through the roof. Americans are set to start one of their busiest travel weekends of the year. If we don't do Memorial Day tourism, lots of places are going to be fucked. Fair argument for the last 6 months, but those aircraft were still on the runway last year. Were they okay then? Yeah, they were okay 3 months ago. Those aircraft were fine. Those were operational aircraft that got hit by Iran. Except for the 1 KC-135 that, well, let me back that up. Oh, the fair argument for the last 6 months, but those aircraft were still on the... Well, right, but so were the billionaires... Why would the billionaires want to keep fixing things? Why would the billionaires want to pay more taxes? Because every single thing that our government wants to fix, they don't want to fix, they want to throw a Band-Aid on. Donald Trump and his Blue Water Memorial Parkway that they've now driven in, and now structural engineers are saying you drove your motorcade on the fucking water pool and you've damaged it. Why the fuck did you drive the motorcade into the pool of water? You've cracked it. You've done damage. The president's SUV isn't a standard weight SUV. Why do we have hungry fucking children and we're worried about cleaning up a national park? Look, I'm all for cleaning up national parks and national monuments. I'm all for that. After we feed the fucking kids. People are focused on temporary fixes. Temporary fixes cost 4 times as much. We just need to fix the tax code. I make 6 digits of income a year and I can still take advantage of the most of the same tax loopholes billionaires use. Yep. People get mad. Why would I pay fucking taxes? Why would I pay taxes if I can avoid paying taxes if they're just going to waste the money? If you're going to do something useful with the money, that's one thing. But you're not going to do anything useful with the money. Then why do I want to give it to you? Temporary fix isn't a fix at all if you don't fix it. Right. But the normal people will fight tooth and nail to save themselves $500 a year and then bitch that the billionaires aren't paying taxes. Right. But people say billionaires aren't paying taxes. But billionaires will say stuff like, I pay all the taxes I'm required to. Donald Trump said, why would I pay more in taxes than I have to? Did I see the whale article I shared? The Iran war was used as justification to ignore the endangered animals protection. Today of all days, I can't handle fucking anything to do with animals because I'm about to fucking, I'm about to have to like leave my own house for a couple of days so I don't kill these fucking kids that are fucking with the wild rabbits. I like rabbits, I like birds. These fucking kids are nightmares. I had to remind the parents in the neighborhood that animal torture is a class 3 felony. These parents are full of shit in their rebuttals to me, so fuck them. I think I might like head out a day earlier. Why don't they just make large housing skyscrapers with strict rules? I will answer that question. Do you understand how fucked high-rise skyscrapers are like that? Are because of that? What you're doing is if you want an example of why large housing skyscrapers don't work, watch Judge Dredd or Dredd. Watch either one of them. They work. They or watch Blade Runner. They all work the same. When you put all the poor people into one area, it doesn't work. You need to spread the poor people out. You need to spread the poor people around so that they get lifted up by the community. But the problem you have is that, like, for example, in my neighborhood, there's 277 houses in my subdivision. And some of them have been rented by poor people. And then we have to basically lean on the landlords, and then the landlords get their houses foreclosed on because the fucking poor people that they rent, the poorer people they rent to, don't take care of the property. If you need to know how quickly one house can fuck up your property value, get one house that's in probate and that's not being taken care of, and then watch as all the people around that house will bitch and complain and moan about the grass not being mowed, and then watch how fast they'll turn on you when you say, well, you're the neighbors, why doesn't one of you just mow the front and one of you mow the back? I'm not mowing this shit for free. Then shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up about the problem. Shut up about the problem. If it's that big of a problem, just mow the lawn. When I lived in my very first house, when I lived in my second house, my neighbor's grass got to mid-shin. So I just, I was out there mowing the lawn. I went over, rang the doorbell. No answer. I just mowed the lawn for him. I just mowed his lawn. He had a mail slot on his front door. Just slid a little note in. Hey, hope you're not mad. I mowed your front and your backyard for you. Sorry for trespassing, but I don't know what's going on, and I didn't want you to have a problem. So a couple of more weeks go by, and his grass gets up to about mid-shin. I knock it down for him again. He's gone about 7 or 8 weeks. Then the one day I get home, and I pull in. Well, my girlfriend and I both get off work early. We were off early that day, and we pulled up. About 20 minutes later, doorbell rings. I open the door. It's my neighbor. I was like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" He's like, "You were mowing my grass for me?" I said, "Yeah, I didn't want you to get fined by the city." I said, "I hope you don't know. I hope you don't mind that I was taking care of it." The guy hands me an envelope full of money. He's like, "I really appreciate it. I was traveling and I got stuck overseas." That sounds like a wealthy problem. Oh no, my house went down in value. No, it's an everybody problem. Let me show you why it's an everybody problem. So all the houses in the neighborhood are worth $300,000, right? And you get one house that you get shitbirds buy or move in, and their care of their property starts going down, right? This isn't a wealthy problem. $300,000 is well below the median household price in America. So this is a lower middle class subdivision. This isn't like the rich folks, right? This person just stops taking care of their house. They've got a car on blocks on their driveway. They've got the car is under a blue fucking piece of shit tarp. They don't mow the lawn. This neighbor decides they want to leave. They want to get out quickly. They sell their house for $292,000. All right, and then an apartment building gets put in helping hundreds. No, it doesn't. Because first of all, you can't fucking put an apartment building here. Because that's not how it fucking works. How are you going to put an apartment building on a footprint of a single family home? You're not. At most, you're going to put in maybe if you can get the zoning changed, right? You might be able to put in maybe a two-family unit, maybe. So this family leaves at $292,000. So now the houses aren't worth $300,000 anymore. They're worth $295,000. Okay? So these people now panic because the home prices are dropping and they were planning on leaving in a couple of years. Poor people shouldn't... Who the fuck said anything about poor people? Poorer people. They're not taking care of their house. They got the house up on fucking blocks. They're not taking care of it. That's the problem. It's the mentality. You were talking about a sky... Can I cook here for a second? Can I fucking cook? So what happens here, these people panic and they sell at $288,000. So now the house neighborhood is about $285,000. So now all these people start selling, right? You had a perfectly good subdivision, but because you had one home that was basically bought by shitty people who shouldn't be in there, who aren't taking care of it, or you have renters in there who aren't being good renters, the home values drop. Now, because the property value drops, the tax base drops, the revenue pool drops, the school district stagnates, the good teachers piece the fuck out, you replace with bad teachers because you can't attract the best talent. Now, we're talking about that can happen in a neighborhood of 277 single-family homes. What do you think happens when you have a 60-story, 10 units per story high-rise? When you have 600 units in a skyrise? They leave trash in the hallways. Okay? So their home is the same, a nice home, but because the value drops, people leave. No, I think you missed the entire point. It's no longer a nice home because they're not taking care of it. It's no longer a nice home. They're not mowing the yard. It's no longer a nice home. They have a car on blocks in the driveway. It's no longer a nice home. They have a car under a piece of shit blue tarp. Are you following now? Are you following? It's no longer a nice home. It was a nice home. Now it's a shitty home. It looks worse. So now it looks worse. So they are worried about the price of their house instead of a place to live. You're right. Because it's called a fucking asset. It's not that it looks worse. It's that it's worth less. I'll tell you right now. I rent an apartment up the block from my daughter. If somebody came to me right now and told me this time next year my house would only be worth $200,000, I would sell this bitch today use my daughter's apartment to keep my kid registered in school. I would sell this motherfucker for $300,000 today, and then I would get something other to live in, but I would keep my daughter in this school district through my other daughter's apartment. This is why you have HOAs. To force the people who don't take care of their home out of the neighborhood, to foreclose on their house. I'm against HOAs on principle, but because I have something to lose, I'm okay with my HOA. Like, I wasn't happy with my HOA when they came along and said I have to tear down a house, or sorry, tear down 2 trees. I wasn't happy about having to spend $600 ripping out 2 trees. But the fact that they keep the property value up is good for me because this isn't my final house. When I get to my next house, I don't want an HOA. Because the next house I go to, that's the house I'll be taken out of as a corpse. I'm not leaving the next house. The next house, I'm done. The problem we have is poor people don't have anything to lose. So in reality, the problem is people want something good looking to live that raises values. No, that's not the fucking problem. The problem is people don't want to lose money on their investment because their neighbor's a lazy piece of shit. That's the problem. I don't want my house value to go down because my neighbor's a lazy piece of shit. And I don't think that's an unfair complaint. I worked hard. I worked hard my whole life to buy a nice house in a nice neighborhood, in a good school district, and a low crime rate. When you have people, like, do you think it's causation or correlation that low property neighborhoods are high crime neighborhoods? Because I don't think it's correlation. I think it's causation. I think when I drive into certain neighborhoods and I see an awful lot of people hanging out on the block, and I also do a quick property value search, and I'm in a neighborhood where the houses are valued at $50,000 each, and then the crime rate is 4 stars, which is bad, 4 skulls, which is bad. I don't think that's correlation. I think that's causation. I think when you put degenerates all in an area together, there's no tide to lift their boat. I think there is a lot of correlating data that gets pushed aside because we're afraid to be racist. Look, gentrification kind of sucks. Is there a law problem though, or a poor person problem? It's a both problem. It's a both problem. You remember in the movie SWAT with Samuel L. Jackson, where they run down the guy, the black guy arresting a black guy, and they say that's just what we need, a black guy arresting other black guys. And he says to the old lady, the woman, he says, "Yeah, who you gonna be calling when he's stealing your TV?" There's a reason why in some neighborhoods they're surrounded by crime and filth, but you'll get like a 4x4 block that stays nice and neat and pristine. Because graffiti goes up, the very next day, the whole neighborhood, the whole town, the whole group, they're out there the next day taking it down. You will see people in some shitty neighborhoods walking past kids graffitiing the shit out of a store, and then those same people will be the ones at the fucking microphone complaining when the store owner closes and leaves. The store owner will say, "I can't afford to keep cleaning the graffiti off of my store, and the town ordinance says I can't have vulgarity on my store or I get fined, so I'm closing and I'm done." And then the people will say, "Oh, they're abandoning us." Abandoning us? You walked past this motherfucker graffitiing my store. Did you say anything? No. Did you call the police? No. I think the biggest problem is Jimmy goes to jail, comes back out, only to go back in, And Sally won't say anything because she knows Jimmy is going to be back out again. That doesn't even make any sense. Clarify that for me. What? I don't understand what the fuck Sally has to do with this. See, the problem is we have an awful lot of reoffenders. We need prison reform. The good people won't report crime. No, I got bad news for you. Good people report crimes. If you're not reporting crimes, you're not a good person. And I think that's the thing that people don't want to, people don't like to hear from me. If you're turning a blind eye to crime, you're not a good person. You're a neutral person. You're not a good person. Yes, textbook broken window theory, and a lot of people need a lesson in it. How is she going to report it in a neighborhood where she will get hurt? Because you report it to the police. And guess what? It's no shame to say, I'm keeping my head down. But then the GM is going to say, I'm reassigning your alignment from good to neutral. If you're not doing anything to make the situation better, you're not a good person. You're a morally neutral person. A good person reports it and deals with what comes from it. That's why you'll get these very small communities that there's crime to the east of them and crime to the west of them, but that shit doesn't come into their neighborhoods because they don't tolerate it. They don't tolerate gang behavior, right? They see kids sitting on a porch or a stoop and other adults come along and say, break it up. Well, we're just sitting. Not here, you're not. You don't belong to this building, so you don't belong on this stoop. And because they stop it from taking root, it doesn't take root there. The Lithuanian neighborhood borders right up, the old Lithuanian neighborhood in Chicago borders right up to the old Polish neighborhood and right up to the old Mexican neighborhood. I don't know, I learned a long time ago that sort of problem is better left ignored. Getting involved only bring, so what you're saying is you are a neutral alignment. You don't actually care about making anything better. And that's fine. You don't actually care about making anything better. There's nothing wrong with that. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. But when you had the Lithuanian neighborhood and the Polish neighborhood butted up on one side of Western Avenue, and then you had the Mexican neighborhood on the other side, they all hated each other. Because if you've never seen racism in Chicago is a great place to study racism. But they all got together and they're all fucking Catholics. They're all fucking Catholics. They're all in the same fucking cathedral. And what they realized was, instead of hating each other, we can get rid of all the fucking gangbangers. I drove in my first year teaching. I drove into the school parking lot. I drove a piece of shit beater into the city. I don't even think it had a radio. I drove that piece of shit into the city, and I stayed late. I helped, for those of you that know my story, I'm a lifelong Roman Catholic. I worked at an impoverished back of the yards Mexican school at St. Joseph. I helped everybody I could. One day I was coming out and I was expecting a fight. I come out, and I was the last teacher leaving out the building. The pastor was locking up. I come out, and there's like 6 gangbangers in the parking lot. One of them's leaning against my car. And I thought, oh, fuck, here we go. So I come out. Evening, gentlemen. The one guy said, evening. Maestro. How we doing? Good, just waiting for you to leave. Waiting for me to leave. Just waiting for you to leave. Make sure nothing happened to you. We don't want any bullshit happening to any of the teachers. I said, what do you mean? He's like, you and the other teachers, you come in to the city to teach our little brothers and our little sisters. We don't want anything to happen to you. It's getting kind of late. Saw a car still here in the parking lot. We're just here to make sure you get out of here okay. Appreciate that. One day we had a couple that they were best friends, not a couple. They were best friends. Their car, she had hit a pothole and she dislodged her oil pan. So oil all over the parking lot. I saw one of the guys down at the bodega at the end of the street. I walked up, I said, hey, is that mechanic guy around? He said, yeah, what's up? I said, one of the teachers ripped a oil pan and they said, yeah, let's go take a look. He's like, oh yeah, we'll have this done by the end of the school day. A lot of people have the wrong fucking mentality about crime-ridden neighborhoods. Yeah, some of them you don't want to, like East St. Louis, look up East St. Louis, Illinois. I'm not going into East St. Louis, Illinois without an MRAP and a whole fucking Marine platoon. I'm not going into East St. Louis. I'm not fucking doing it. I left my job when I left my counseling session and I was driving and I had to go drive through East St. Louis. And guys, I am not going to bullshit you. Stop signs were optional. Stop signs were fucking optional. I didn't fucking stop at no stop signs. I didn't stop at no fucking red lights. Right? I drove. I said, if I'm gonna get fucking pulled over by a cop, I'm gonna get onto the 64 and I'll pull off on the side of the road and I'll be fine. The funny part is, I didn't figure anybody was gonna fucking stop me anyway. So you report it to the cops. The cops better not come to your place for a report or ask you to come in. Those crazy paranoid criminals would be on your ass. Don't want me see one. Right, but now what you're talking about is you're talking about a neighborhood that you have to abandon. Now you're talking about Detroit. Now you're talking about why I say watch the movie Dread. Because now you're talking about you have a building. Let's say you have a 60-story building. How many police officers do you need for a 60-story building? Well, if you figure 60 stories, 10 units per story, that's 600 units. You need about 12 officers for that building. I know, East St. Louis is fucking shithole. The problem is, humans, we're a shitty species. At the end of the day, we're a shitty species. I wasn't planning on going this direction, but it gets us here, right? What do they teach women in the audience? What do they teach women to yell if you need help? What are women taught to yell if they need help? Anybody? Fire. What the fuck sort of fucked up society do we live in where women are taught if you yell fire, no, fire. If you yell fire, you will get more help than any other word. If you yell help, you will actually drive people away from you. What do we teach kids to yell if kids need help? Does anybody know? There's a single word that will get more attention. Mama. Mom or mama. A little kid yelling mom will not only get the attention of every single mother, that sound of mom will also trigger every single father's, like the big lion, the lioness and the big lion, you get them both locked in. Why do we live in a fucking society where women have to yell fire? And it's because fire affects everybody. Fire is bad for you too. Fire might impact you. So you're gonna go figure out. If you've never read the story about Kitty Genovese, this is a terrible story about America. Well, that's the problem though. This is what those neighborhoods are and will always be. So how do we fix it? Everyone will run away wherever they go. Well, the problem is, when we start talking about gentrification, we need to make sure that, first of all, we need to stop be afraid of being racist. Okay? We need to stop being afraid of being racist. It is not racist to say this neighborhood is disproportionately high in crime. Well, you're only saying that because it's a black neighborhood. No, I'm saying it because this neighborhood is disproportionately high in crime. Now, what would you like me to do? Because this is the problem, and there's a couple of black or African American, whichever your political preference is, they can speak on this and back me up to say that I'm not being a shithead. This is the reality. This is your city. This is your black area. So this is the poor area. Because black and poor is synonymous, right? It's fucking bullshit, but it's... I say this is the black neighborhood. You know I meant that's the poor neighborhood. This is the rich neighborhood. These are the middle class neighborhoods. And I have 10 street officers. I have 10 street police officers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, where am I going to put the other 2? 9 and 10. And why am I going to put the other 2 there? Because as all the research will show you, as somebody's already linked, poverty and crime statistics, poverty and crime are not correlating facts. They're causation. But we put, right, 2 extra police officers in the poor neighborhood. What is immediately going to happen? What is the immediate fucking response that is going to happen because I've put 2 extra units in the poor neighborhood? You're being generous. You're racist. If I'm the police chief, I'm gonna get called racist. Absolutely. But what is immediately going to happen? Racist over policing and more bookings. So what's going to happen is, statistically speaking, right? 40% of my arrests are going to come from the black neighborhood. 40% or more. Arrests are going to go up. Why? Because the police are there to stop crime. So what's immediately going to happen is you're going to have a racist bubble where you say, we're not safe because there's too much crime. You've put police here. Now there's a lot of arrests. Yeah, you fish where the fucking fish are. Yes, you fish where the fish are. Well, you're just arresting all these good black men. No, we're not arresting the good black men. You know who we're arresting? We're arresting the fucking criminals. Now, stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason. Stereotypes are not wrong. Stereotypes are not wrong. Prejudice is wrong. If you get a call on the police scanner at 11:30 at night at an Irish pub, how many officers are you sending? Are you sending just one officer because you got a report of a drunken disturbance at an Irish pub? 20. You get a call that there's a brawl at JC's. All available units, all on duty units, all officers not engaged. Everyone is rolling to JC's. Priority, let anybody go for speeding tickets. Why? Because you're hearing it that it's JC's, and JC's has called in a fight. It's not, we have a call about something happening outside of JC's. JC's called and they're asking for help. That already means it's spilled over what their on-site security can handle. Send everyone. Now, you said, have I ever talked to some of the guys? They talk about going to jail like it's nothing but a vacation. Yes, I have. I've talked to a lot of them about it. In fact, right? They get mad rep because they went to jail. They do. And that's why jail needs to be reformed. You don't see a lot of people selling Fent on a corner of a suburban neighborhood, right? Where the problem is, some of the very best parents I've ever seen are African American parents. Some of the very best parents I've ever seen are African American parents when they bring grandma with them. You got a parent-teacher conference. You got mom and dad and one of the grandmothers. African American families, they don't pull that shit where they scream at the teacher. Some of them do. African American families, you always know what type of teacher meeting you're about to have with an African American family if grandma is there. Okay, this is what I need to tell you. Your son is disrupting class. He's not learning. He's not doing homework. He's showing up late. He's walking out without a pass. And the dad will look over and the dad will be like, we're going to talk about this when we get home. And then before and the mom will be like, is that everything? Be like, no, ma'am. And so mom will move because, and I just want to let you know that your son has been calling some of his classmates the N-word with the hard R, and that's it. Grandma, that's it. You didn't think that woman could move that fast. On the whole way up here, she was like walking like basically with a little cane and a little walker, and she finds out that her grandson is throwing the N-word with the hard R, and she's beating the fucking shit out of him. You're like, ma'am, I don't care, call whoever. Fucking beating him with a cane, fucking kicking him. Like, this is some fucking, she's like, if I'm getting 2 minutes in the fucking box for high sticking, you're like, fuck. The rest of the school year, that kid comes in, that kid's like fucking hovering on his seat. That kid's like this the whole day. You're like, are you okay? I can't sit on this hard seat. Why? Grandma beat my ass. And then you know, right? Then you know if it's from a good family. Because all you got to do is look at the kid. All you got to do is look at that kid, be like, what'd you say? I didn't say nothing. Nope, not me. I don't even speak an English language. I don't have classmates. No, it was not me. Now, corporal punishment doesn't work for parents, which is why you got to bring grandma into it. Doesn't work for parents. Doesn't work for parents. But for some kids, it does work. Not for parents. But see, the thing we have, grandparents works like a charm. Yeah, me speak, I don't know, but what we're afraid of is we're afraid to push back. Now, the last piece of my show, I want to talk about where our society has gone off the rails. Have you been on TikTok? Because TikTok worries me. This is what we have on TikTok. Smut talk. Therapist. What do you think healthy love looks like? Him putting his hands on my throat and applying a little pressure while asking if I'm done being bratty. Therapist. I'm gonna call another therapist in here. Get Cynthia. She gets me. Jesus Christ. Yeah. We've got this post 50 Shades of Grey fucking this fucking 50 Shades of Grey fucking smut world of shenanigans, and it's getting worse, right? But here's the other response that I have to it. I don't care what people do. Yeah, and then the next week they're filing a sexual assault complaint. Our society became fucking morally bankrupt somewhere along the way. I showed you that thing last week about would you kill for your kids? Yeah, this is what being accepting and normalizing things that shouldn't be gets us. Talking about that stuff used to be a no-no. Degenerate society. I'm not trying to tell anybody how to live their life. I don't want to tell you how to live your life. I really don't. Like, I don't want to tell you how to live your life. I want you to live your life how you want to live your life. But a really important key part of that is I want you to live your life in a way that doesn't fuck up everybody else's life. I don't know. Oh, I think they left. There's an individual who is part of the furry community, and I don't have a problem with furries. But I'll be the first person to say they scare the shit out of me as a subculture. They don't bother me because I don't go into their spaces. But what's starting to become I have a problem with some of them because they're not respecting that your convention space should be your convention space. I will say the same thing though about cosplay girls and cosplay guys. If you're if your cosplay outfit, if you wouldn't wear your cosplay outfit to dinner at a nice restaurant, then please don't wear your cosplay outfit out in public. Either your cosplay outfit is socially acceptable or it's not. It's just like, I don't care about people if they want to be furries, but don't bother people who aren't part of your con space. I think that's fair. Do whatever you want in the privacy of your own home or your con space. Remember when it used to just be a PDA problem? Now it's public display of sexuality. Right. I don't have a problem with... But I saw working Bioshock suit at a con. I don't think he was packing that into a bag to go to the hotel room. Probably had to walk about in it. Right. But is a Bioshock suit, is that going to be promiscuous? I think the answer is no. If you're dressed up like, if you're in like a 9-foot tall Voltron suit, you're probably not promiscuous. You're probably not slutty. You're probably not sultry. Right? And like I said, yeah, he's not wearing pasties and a G-string. I don't have a problem inside of their con space with them being dressed however they want. And I don't have a problem when they're in the privacy of their own home being dressed however they want. But for fuck's sake, let's have some decorum in public spaces. But, and I'll be the first to say it, why do we have such a problem with people knowing, yeah, I'm wrong for saying that. That's where the problem is. You remember when put on your Sunday best used to mean put on your church clothes? Remember when your church clothes used to be like slacks and a collared shirt and a tie? I've seen, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to get between people and their God. But I think maybe people should pay attention a little bit, that you shouldn't look like you're getting ready to dance on a pole if you're going to the Roman Catholic Church. I'm not a spokesperson for the Roman Catholic Church, and I'm not a spokesperson for any other church, right? I don't know what other churches allow and what they accept and what they don't. But I think that, yeah, I remember when you got to a certain age in the church, you wore a sports jacket or a blazer. And if you didn't have one on, it was considered you were too casual to be at church. With all that said, I still agree with the statement, cosplay is still not consent. Cosplay is not consent. Cosplay is not consent. Not in the slightest. Over here, somebody had sent me this. What is this? How to explain being chaotic neutral in D&D.
I'm driving shotgun.
Well, now what?
Happy feet. Wombo combo. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco.
What the fuck did I just see? What the fuck? What? So you're stealing, you're robbing. Yeah, it is loud. I have a limiter on it, and I don't know why the limiter doesn't catch. Wow. So you were robbing the place blind, and then they stopped the stick up. Wow. Last week, the United States refused to participate in the UN's review of the Global Compact on Migration. The United States objects to the Global Compact on Migration and the UN efforts to facilitate replacement migration to the United States and our Western allies. Okay. 26 years ago, I wrote a paper, and I wish I had kept all my college papers. I wrote an article for the college newspaper where I said, America for hardworking Americans, let's turn on the no vacancy sign. I am not saying that we can't help people. But I'm just saying this. If you gave me if my community gave me $50,000 to help people, 47,000 of it I could spend in 10 minutes. Okay? If my community gave me $100,000, you're saying it's incredibly hard to help them. It's incredibly easy to help individuals. It's incredibly hard to help groups. It's like the Jimmy Carr thing. We're all communists in our own home. We're all communists in our own home. We're all socialists in our own neighborhood. We become capitalists larger than that. 47,000 is those three families. Okay, so have I heard anything about Ukraine's performance in the recent war games? Yeah, Ukraine has gone all in. It takes the Ukraine now $800 to kill a Russian soldier. Do I think anyone has a problem with that? It's the unsafe, disorderly, and irregular migration that is the problem. Yeah, I agree with you. If a large group is failing, then the issue is systemic. Generally not something you solve with more money. Correct. If a group is failing, you cannot solve that with more money. It's an infrastructure problem. It's a systemic problem. It's a foundation problem. It's a scaffolding problem. It is what it is. If the statements here are true that UN reps were facilitating illegal entry into the US, I stand by those posts. Nobody can facilitate illegal entry into the United States. It's not possible. The UN has nothing to do with the US's immigration policies. Money can be part of the solution, but it cannot be the whole solution. That is correct. Money is necessary to execute solutions, but money itself cannot be the solution. But would it be illegal to relocate them all and spread them out in other groups, right? Well, the problem is spreading people out in groups doesn't help them. Bringing people to a country with a 7% unemployment rate doesn't help anybody. We have 7 million men in America. We have 7 million working age men in America that aren't in the working force. We don't need any more immigrants. We have 7 million men that could be working. 7 million working age men who don't have jobs. Tis what it is, right? Tis what it is. There is but those 7 million can't do the jobs they're coming in for, right? No, they can. People get confused. We have very few people coming in on H-1B visas. H-1B visas are the only people I don't want to kick out. Because those visas are specifically people that we went and courted to fill capacity or capability needs. I don't want to kick them out. I want to kick out all the other people that are just here as manpower. We have 49.5 million immigrants in this country. Send them home. Our problem is lack of leadership. That is correct. We have an overabundance of management and an under amount of leadership. Management and leadership are not the same. You manage processes, you lead people. Donald Trump is a terrible fucking leader. Donald Trump is a great manager. Donald Trump is the kind of guy that I would call if I need something, if I need something done. Execute this for me. He's very, very good at he's very, very good at getting you motivated and energized in directing. The difference between a manager and a leader. A manager hands you this file and says, go do this. A leader says, why aren't you keeping up? I don't know. It's tough for me to talk about this. Immigrants are better workers for a lot of times more drive. I'm not saying they're not better workers. I'm not saying they're not better workers. In fact, I will tell you most people's experience is that immigrants are better workers. Because being poor in America is better than being rich for most of them from where they came from. Being in poverty in America is better than the quality of life they would have had in the country they were in. So they don't mind living in squalor and poverty. For example, 4 families will move into one house. 4 families will move into one house. And then they'll all work hard together. They get the first house paid for. And then they'll get a second house. And 2 of the families will move out. 2 of the families will go to the second house. Then they all work hard together to pay off the second house. Then they'll get a third house and they'll move the 2 families into the third house. And then they'll all work hard together. They'll move the 4th family into a house. They'll all work hard together. And in one generation, they've gotten 4 families of the same clan all situated. Americans won't even help their siblings out. So in business standpoint, why take in a crappy worker just because it will be better for the country? From a business standpoint, you don't. But from a societal standpoint, you want your society to be stronger. That's what we need to teach people. That a lot of times what's good for you in one lane is bad for you in another lane. And what's good for you in this lane is worth half a point. And what's bad for you in this lane is worth a negative full point. So by doing what you're doing, you're making society worse by a half point. America's future is going to look a lot like the disenfranchised, poor, predominantly black neighborhoods. Yep. What he is saying is there are actual Americans out of work and there should be working before any immigrant fills those jobs. Yes, that's what I'm saying. We should not have 1/6 of our population, 1/7 of our population be immigrants while we have unemployment. We should not be allowing people to filter into the country when we have a housing crisis. When we have houses, when we have more houses for sale than we have people. But that crappy worker is going to do crappy work. Right. You're only looking at it from a business point of view. You need to look at it from a business point of view, a national point of view. You need to look at it from a government point of view, a societal point of view. Do you think it's the fucking guy with a PhD in business who puts a gun in your face and robs you? Do you think it's the guy who has a 5-figure, almost 6-figure job that puts a shotgun in your face while you're getting in your car? No. If you're not going to take care of your population, then do the humane thing. Quality or speed will go down. Stop fucking looking at it from only one point of fucking view. How many fucking times can I say it to you? You're only looking at it from the business point of view. You got 7% a year in shoplifting. So your business is struggling because you have 7% in fucking shoplifting. If you got the fucking shoplifting under control, you have more profit. Why do you have fucking shoplifting? Because your fucking business is on the border of a poverty-stricken neighborhood. That's a societal problem. It's a societal problem you're contributing to because you're employing foreigners. I don't blame you for hiring foreigners because you're getting a better quality of work for a lower wage by hiring the fucking foreigner. But you have to accept the fucking societal impact of your choices. The reason you're losing 7% to shrink is because you are contributing to a societal problem. I just said that the solution is to take someone worse. Yes, if you're only looking at it from a business perspective. If you only look at things from one perspective, you're only going to see things from that perspective. Technically, if you want to stop a bunch of medical emergencies in America, they should take your appendix and your gallbladder out at birth. And then nobody will ever develop gallbladder stones or need an appendectomy. But if you take out their gallbladder, they'll have to modify their diet. But if we modified everybody's diet, everybody would be healthier. Yeah, take out everybody's tonsils at birth. Oh. Well, yeah, they don't really serve a purpose. Well, the reason why we don't do that is because they do serve a purpose. Right, if they're losing 7% from theft, but saving 10% in labor, from a business perspective, they're still making 3% gain. Right. They're looking at it from a business perspective. They don't understand that now, like what Come On Bunny said, they've created their business in a PvP zone. Eventually, they're going to have 11% shrink, 15% shrink, and then they're going to close. I'm sure you can inform me, wouldn't any work position of substance require a social security number? Are there any meaningful positions being taken by illegal immigrants? I think the first thing you have to realize is I'm not talking about illegal immigrants. I'm not talking about illegal immigrants. 49.5 million legal immigrants, 12 million illegal immigrants. I'm not talking about illegals. We have 4 times as many legal immigrants. I see, that's the piece I don't think people are comprehending. We have 50 million legal immigrants here. They have work visas. Why the fuck do we have 50 million legal immigrants when we have 7 million working age men? I don't have the woman number. If we have let's say we have 14 million unemployed Americans of working age. and working capability. Let's put them to work. Anyway, I need to get out of here. I got some bits and bobs and pieces to do. I'm going to try to stream tomorrow. The last couple of Thursdays haven't worked out, so I'm not going to promise tomorrow. And then I'll be back Friday. So Friday guaranteed, tomorrow probably.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think